don't even know if I'm public right now. Good morning. Good morning, your wife's boyfriend. Good morning, Chaz. Good morning, Henry. Good morning, you're a boomer. El Chivo. Good morning. Not a suit. Good morning. Good to see you, brother. Ben Godfrey. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Nate. What do you got going on here? Background says do not mute. What happens if I mute that? Oh, that's not good. Good morning, Nate. Good morning, JB. Good morning, Sand. Good morning, X. Good morning, T. Crone. Good morning, Pinky. Hey, Felgen. Same crew coming in every morning. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Hello, Wizard. Patrick, good morning. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Dio, good morning. Sue, good morning. No, or good evening, Sue. All right, we're gonna get this show rolling. Good morning, everybody. I don't even know how to get this thing turned off. Sound is good? Right on. Good morning, David. Good morning, William. Good morning, Jill. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Indices We Trust. All right. Trying to get in the habit of pressing the like button when send greetings. Thanks, X. I appreciate it. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Philip. Thomas. Good morning, Philip. Good morning. All right. So we'll get started here. Mihai, good to see you. PD Carp, good morning. Good morning, everybody. All right, hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Hey, Damien, good to see you, brother. Smash that like button. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. No doom and gloom over the weekend. That was good to see. Good morning, Joe. Good to see you. Ebb and Float, good to see you this morning. All right, everybody. So we didn't really have anything happen over the weekend. We're going to get through this really quick this morning. Try to get as much information as I can out there for you, as it is your Monday. We had the Chicago PMI this morning. The actual report was 65.2, which is outstanding. Chicago PMI is basically manufacturing orders. Now, this is a very positive number that we got this morning. We also have at 11:30 Mary Daly speaking. And then at 12:40 p.m. we have got Esther George speaking. She's a hawk, just so you know. So 12:40 in the afternoon would be a perfect time for the day for the day to kind of come down if we're actually going up today. So just pencil that in on your schedule today. Mary Daly is not really I shouldn't say she's dovish. She is more in the middle of the road, if I recall. We also have a PMI final on Tuesday. This should be good. ISM Manufacturing Index, right, should prove itself good tomorrow. So this is all kind of good news for us moving into Tuesday. One concern tomorrow would be construction spending. Construction has been going down as far as we know. You know, we had unemployment numbers that came out, or excuse me, we had jobs numbers that came out last week. That was a surprise. So we'll look for that as well. Am I in the wrong dates here? No, I'm in the wrong dates. Jesus Christ. Hold on a second here. We got consumer credit this morning, this afternoon at 3 p.m. Look at me, I'm going over last week's shit. I'm like going through it. I'm like, wait a minute, we've done all this. So we got consumer credit at 3 p.m. today, right? Then we've got on Thursday is the big day, which is initial jobless claims, continuing claims, and the key one is CPI on Thursday. But otherwise, we don't have too much early this week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We've got Loretta Mester and Michelle Bowman speaks on Wednesday. For some reason, I'm getting my dates wrong here. But Wednesday is you could have some type of volatility on Wednesday, and then mostly you're going to be looking for volatility on Thursday, okay? Those are the big ones this week for you to be considering. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index can sometimes be volatile, but other times not. It depends on how bad CPI is on Thursday. It'll sometimes impact Friday's consumer sentiment index. So we don't have a big week this week ahead of us. As far as I can see, that we don't have a big week ahead of us this week. Now we're going to move on to a couple other things here. We're going to first look at the volume profile, market profile for this week on ES. And I want you to take note real quick that we're coming up here on the right-hand side. You can see we really need to get above this 4,500 and possibly even as high as 4,520. This is going to lead our conversation this morning, that we need to get above here to make a run higher today to 4,585, 45 or 4,600. We're going to look at 4,585 on a different chart here, in a candlestick chart, just coming up in a moment. But the point that I made in my post this morning on Twitter was that someone's going to get burned this morning. It could be the bulls or it could be the bears. You can't really tell right off the bell this morning at 4,500. So I just want you to be keyed in on this. And if we do trade lower, we should be able to trade all the way down to 4,400, possibly even as low as 4,420s. And this is going to lead into the next conversation that we're going to have here in a few minutes. So I think Spot Gamma came out this morning and said 4,444 or 4,390. As far down as here was as far as we could drop today. But this is a key moment in the market. And we're going to look at a candlestick chart here in a moment so I can show you what we're facing on the opening bell this morning and where we could reverse. We could actually do a green bar up and then reverse straight down to the pits of hell. So you may want to be waiting to take a long today after we trade above 4.5. Let's call it 4.5. 1473, 4,520 basically. Let's say we trade higher here. We want to see us rest above and then take this to a higher level. We can also green bar it up right off the bell this morning and automatically reject. If we wind up rejecting off this, I guess Spot Gamma is showing 44.4, which is right in here. But I would expect us to go much lower, down to this 44.20 area, down in this zone, and possibly even trade lower. Yesterday, I think I saw someone on Twitter talking about as long as we don't break 45.50 or 43.50, and that's generally true. As long as we don't break down below this large level of support back here, we should be okay in the SPY today. I'm going to turn this off, and I want to get over to a candlestick chart real quick. Then we're going to talk some levels as well. I'm going to read to you guys what Spot Gamma put out this morning, which was futures are flat to Friday close near 44.90. That they anticipate another day of high volatility of a 1.31% move. Okay. Resistance is at 45.20, which I just showed you on volume profile, followed by 45.54, and support lies at 44, 44, and 43.90. Today's data remains quite similar to that of last week. Implied volatility continues to hold a bid. But the VIX near 23. A VIX of 23 signals an implied one-day move of 1%, which is slightly under our gamma-based implied move of 1.3%. Also notice that S&P realized volatility as shown below is at 19, which is at or near one-year highs. Now, I think we're going to have to rely upon the options flow, believe it or not, today. And I want to show you in this chart the importance of where this rejection will take place, right? So I want you to see where we are coming into this morning here. You'll see just slightly above us, right? This has been a point of contention here once, twice, and this would be the third time. So let's say we green bar it up off the bell and we automatically reject. You're looking at a drop down to this 4,400 level, and then even deeper down to this 43. I think they called it at 43.99, but I think it's slightly lower down here, more like 43.90. And then just on a larger scale, right? If we end up breaking through this support down this channel, see this channel that we're in right here? If we end up breaking through this channel, basically if we break below this 43.92, you are going to be targeting much lower levels, probably more than likely a retest of back before around this 420 level. You can remember we came down here. I can show it to you in a larger time frame here. I want you to see the danger that lies down below, okay? on a larger scale how deep this could trade if we end up breaking out of this channel. So we break through here. We don't want to be breaking through this bottom channel here that we're trading in to make it not look so severe. This is going to end up helping you this morning. Okay, so I'll make this one a little bit thicker here.
So for instance, announcing results of its weekly bill auction.
I just want you to see that this ability for us to trade up and reject and then begin to trade down into these support levels.
50-day bills bid to cover 4.04.
We'll wait for my partner.
Drawing minus 0.470%.
Now on the bull case, right, we can drive this up higher, right? But there's a huge volatility zone here at this 45.20, 44.40.
Getting a contract renewal in New York City, Victor Romeo, Romeo Michael.
And in reality, so you've got them calling for 45.52, and that's right here, this line right here that I'm showing you. Let me turn it yellow.
The contract registered in 2014 covers hundreds of red light, bus lane, mobile speed, and fixed speed photo enforcement cameras. Victor Romeo, Romeo Michael.
I just want to show you this zone of volatility right here and how critical it is to not take a long until we trade above this. We'll call it at 45, almost 45.50. We're going to see if we can get this a little bit closer for you to see. It's almost a don't take a trade day until you're above this number here. You're pretty much above this 45.51. And I don't think I'm going to take a trade. You could straddle this, I guess, for a move lower or a move higher from here. But if you're directionally trading this market, there really is no room off the bell today. And in all honesty, unless you're above even this resistance point here, you can't get bullish. If we trade above and start to trade sideways, it's all neutral here. You have to trade above this to start to take this bullish stance. So I'd be careful off the bell this morning as we trade out of this bell. I'm going to show you one other instance of this. It's a little bit closer. This is kind of what you're looking for here. Okay, you're seeing how we're coming up right now, right? This 4,500 area right here, we could go either way. If we start to trade higher, you could trade it higher to, I guess you could trade it higher to 4,200. We'll lower this a little bit. Excuse me, 45.20. Is this up just a little bit? You could take this, if we traded higher than 4,500, you could trade this higher, and then I would get out of the trade. We'll track this on Bookmap this morning and see if we're able to break through and start to trade higher. But you can see that there can be rejection all in this zone up above here, okay? Rejection here. And if we break through this, we can end up trading this higher to this next resistance point up here at 4,600. But as of right now, until we break above 45, 40, 45, even 50, I'll tag this one here too. Put one in right here. Right there. So there's a lot of traffic for us to get above here and start to trade higher. Let me show you this on a larger scale. You can kind of like see here, and this is the larger resistance that you want to be breaking through and above, and where it actually lies in today, 4,500, 4,550. So I've got mic issues. So 45.50, you don't want to be taking any longs until we get into this area. We could trade up to this area and then trade up higher, but there could be some firm rejection. Key today is going to be watching options flow. I'm going to read to you the rest of the spot gamma report this morning. I think that was most of it, which was don't diddle in the middle. Let's see if there's anything else they had this morning for us. Yeah, there was something else important here. Hang tight here for a second. Thought I saw something else about as we move into the 18th.
BRTX Biorestorative Therapies announcing initiated phase 2 clinical trial, Bravo Romeo Tango X-ray.
Abbott ABT announcing world's first implant of dual-chamber leadless pacemaker in pivotal trial, Alpha Bravo Tango.
I don't know if I read this to you already, but it also says last week's intraday volatility has also been quite high.
Initial 2022 operating margin expansion on a year-over-year basis and adjusted EBITDA in line at roughly $1.3 billion. Hotel Alpha Sierra color from their conference call.
I want to read this last part to you.
Boeing,
maybe not.
2 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuel for its commercial operations in Bravo Alpha.
All right. So the last point would be, I'm going to mute this for a minute. Get this muted. All right. Last week's intraday volatility has also been quite high. For example, there was a 2% difference between Friday's lows and highs. Our point here is that the current level of IV seems to be fairly reflective of the market environment, may not carry much short-term premium. This may crimp some of the extended upside Vanna flows. IV sold, leading to dealers buying back short futures. It's also around 4,500 that we see gamma more or less neutral. But it's not until 4,600 that any type of meaningful positive gamma registers. This indicates that prices in or around 4,500 should remain fluid. An example being that they are prone to large directional swings. Well, the point being that we can swing way higher or way lower off this bell. We could even just swing higher off the bell, big green bars, and then immediately reject to lower numbers, 44, 44, 43, 90. So be careful of that as we open up this morning. The key is going to be watching the options flow today. If you guys want me to put the options flow up today, live on the screen with Bookmap today. Can you guys hear me? Well, the news is very quiet. You guys can barely hear it. Okay, and the last part for today, for earnings. After the bell, we've got Chegg, T2, Credit Corp, AMZN. I have this, yeah, AMZN, Alpha Omega, Simon, Tenant, Rambus, Excelius, and Danos. That's what I've got for end of day today. This morning before the bell, we had on Semi, Tyson, Hasbro. I have the date. Let me check this here. Yeah, Hasbro, Cerence, Ceragon, CNA, Energizer, Napco, and Zimmer. For the rest of this week, we'll be looking for moves on Pfizer, BP, Harley Davidson, believe it or not. We've got those on the open on Tuesday, right? Pfizer, BP, Coty, Harley Davidson, Synovis, Cisco, Fiserv, Aramark, Warner Music Group, and Centene. And then Tuesday after the close, we've got good old Peloton, Digital Turbine, Enphase, Chipotle, Corsair, Lyft, XPO Logistics, Spirit, who was just announced to be joining or being merged with Frontier, I believe, Doximity, and Paycom. Later in the week, some of the highlights include Teva, CVS Health, Uber, Walt Disney. Walt Disney's after the close on Wednesday. We've got Twilio after the close on Wednesday. You see, we've got Twitter on Thursday before the open, Coca-Cola before the open on Thursday, as well as Datadog. We've got Affirm after the close on Thursday, Cloudflare, Zillow Group, Expedia, Upwork, all the usual suspects, Callaway, another good one. And then on Friday, we've got Under Armour would be a big one for this year. Goodyear would be another big one. Dominion Energy as well on Friday before the open. All right. Need you to shout out that from the highest, most popular mountaintop. All right, so we're going to get back to it real quick. I'm going to turn these guys back on here.
You're listening listening to Trade the News.
We've got 25 minutes until the bell. You guys see this point right here, right? 4,500. This will be the split. Are we going higher or are we going lower? And then the other thing to consider is a reversal somewhere in this area to trade lower. Or for us to red bar it down, grab some support, or even trade down to the previous low and then start to trade higher. Yeah, we've got CPI this week. That's the big one for this week is going to be CPI. My puts are 218. I've got puts for today and puts for the 18th. I've got some put spreads at 442 and 440, which is right down in this area here. And specifically geared towards
Intelsat. They're going to be providing in-flight connectivity services to LATAM Airlines with their new Airbus fleet. INTEQ is the ticker, India November Tango Echo Quebec.
my puts are geared towards OPEX. Someone just bought all the shares on Hertz. I'm going to turn this off. Do you guys think that we reject this morning or that we bounce and go straight up, or that do we just green bar it straight up and through? Someone just bought all the shares of Hertz. Yeah, my puts are probably fucked on Piton. my puts are dead. They're kaput. I think I'm going to hold them, though. Lots of mergers right now. That's what I'm noticing. Lots of mergers. Lots of panic before we get to company earnings. I wonder if we have a multitude of earning or mergers as the weeks progress. I'm getting a little concerned with the number of mergers, or even just rumors of mergers. It makes me concerned for small and mid caps as they start to report. Probably green bars because it makes the least sense. Yeah, I'm probably not taking a trade right off the bell this morning. You saw Peloton display. Well, look at Hertz before the open. Let's check. Get the news real quick. Give me just a second. I gotta get my stuff all set up here.
Camtech CAMT receiving orders of approximately 20 million from two leading Tier 1 IDMS, Charlie Alpha Michael Tango.
Can you guys hear that news loud enough? You guys need it louder.
Clear One confirming the awarding of a new patent for beam-forming microphone array systems. Charlie Lima, Romeo Oscar.
Do any of you think that this is going to be the season of mergers and acquisitions as we get closer to earnings reports for these companies? Do you think that the idea that so many companies, or we've already got two, right? Two to three announcements. Do you guys think there's a chance that it's a sign of bad earnings coming for small and mid caps? Can you guys not hear me? Can't hear the news barely at all. All right, hold on. See if this helps. If it gets too wonky, let me know. Can you guys hear? Could just be a Hail Mary for companies, so just hold on. So we're trading Hertz today, huh?
I think it's here in November.
Good morning, Emerson. How are you? $439.75. Barely heard the partner again. I wonder why that is. All right, I got it cranked up right now. Tell me how this works. All right, this might be on blast. So if I blow out your speakers, I apologize. We'll turn it down in a moment. Good morning, King. Good morning, Spencer. Good morning, PE. Good to see you all. Good to see you, HP.
SMB's the IMV, the spinoff from Zimmer Biomet, providing initial fiscal 22 outlook.
How was that one? Was that too loud?
So for ZimB, seeing 2022 revenue at about $1 billion flat year
Morning,
over year.
HP. Good morning, Matthew. Good morning, John A. Let me know if that was loud enough. Better on the news volume? Perfect. All right. What do I have kicking? I'm looking through my account right now to see what I've got kicking around.
XMTR Xometry announcing a new cloud-based software to help manufacturers digitize all aspects of their operations. X-Ray Michael Tango Romeo.
I've got some run calls. A little bit of weakness as we come into the 9:30 hour.
ADMP, Adamas Pharmaceuticals, providing an enrollment update on subjects in their phase 2-3 study for Temple treatment of COVID-19. Alpha Delta Michael Papa. The Data Safety Monitoring Board will now examine clinical and safety data from the first 50 subjects as part of the interim analysis.
Take note that XPI is looking strong this morning-ish. Looks like it made a reversal on the open on Friday. Looking somewhat bullish. Lots of biotech reporting coming up. Is that better? Right on, right on. Good afternoon, Robert. How are you? Well, like Piton reminds me of Nikola to some extent, but also you got to figure that there are some major stakeholders in Piton. So I'm sure they're having lots of meetings, and then they can't come into their earnings report. They have nothing good they're going to say. So the best thing they could say would be, we're going to sell, right? Or merge, sell the badge. And so it pumps the stock. Doesn't matter if there is actually a suitor or not. It's a way for large stakeholders to sell out of their positions. It does bring me to pause, though, especially with the merger with Frontier. I think it's Frontier and Spirit. But how many companies will be attempting these moves?
Italian press reporting that the Montepaschi board has withdrawn the powers of its CEO, Bastianini.
Yeah, Winky, do you think it pops? Do you think XBI pops? Or he just keeps trading down into the depths of hell? You're in South Africa. Yeah, I don't think Piton survives. And I don't think they're the only company that doesn't survive either. I think they're a prime example of growth companies that have, worked on their future or have not. There were a lot of puts. There was many millions of puts taken out on IWM last week, down to 192. And I think it has to do with the expectation. We're going to take a look real quick. That a lot of these companies aren't going to have a good answer. It reminds me of, there was a big trade on, I want to say it was on the original protests that were done. So there were all these police trades and gun trades and stuff. And a lot of hype put into some companies. And they finally came out and said, we're not going to do anything, right? And the hype stocks crashed. So last week we had 318, 189p. This is all IWM. 225, 190p. For $5 million. Lots of smaller trades, all focused around February 11th, February 25th, and a little bit as well in March for IWM. I think that's the one concern we have in the background, is that a lot of these small mid caps might come to the table and say, we've got no good guidance and we have pissed away all of our money. Yeah, DGLY, Billy. That was one of them. Do you remember DGLY was pumped up and then it ended up getting trashed? Yeah, I wonder if there's a rejection on XBI today or if it gets pumped. But XBI was at 100 and it was stupid high at one point, wasn't it? At 174.79. It's now down to $83. It's lost half its value. Yeah, it's at a key resistance coming right off the bell at 91.16. Yeah, DGLY was one of them. There's a whole bunch of them, though. Good morning, Brad. How are you? How was your weekend? It's at 91 right now in XBI. Yeah, it's at 90.79. Oh, yeah, it's right up there. I didn't even see the little green, hold on here. I didn't wipe my screener this morning. I didn't see the last two little green bars down there. So it's right there right now, right? Looking at it right now, bro. It's looking kind of squeezy. What's those in the 80s? Right on, Brad. Yeah, Winky, you think XBI blasts off today or no? look at Hertz too. Someone did buy all the Hertz this morning, didn't they? Yeah, I figured 95, 96. Three and a half minutes until the bell.
More from the CFO on the Hasbro call saying that we have price increases scheduled to take effect in the second quarter. Tell Alpha Sierra.
Good morning, Justin. You did try to rent a Hertz? So they buy at 99 and then reverse. Yeah, so this morning
We're just a few minutes here ahead of the cash open. The S&P Mini's up about 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 futures up 0.2%. We're seeing generally positive trade across much of Europe. The DAX higher by 0.5%. The CAC up a similar amount. The Spanish IBEX and the FTSE MIB are, with the spreads in sovereign yields widening between Germany and that of the periphery. The Italian 10-year BTP is up 10 on the day. The German 10-year is up 2. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.92% is up about a basis point. Crude futures are down close to 1% at 91.43. The VIX looks to be up about 2% here on the open at 23.72. And the U.S. dollar index is up 10 ticks at 95.58. The euro 1.1423, down 28 pips in the euro.
Yeah, Emerson, I'm bullish on the day, but I'm afraid of a reversal at that 45.20. I don't like the trade. Good morning, everybody. I'm bullish on the day. I would really like to see us trade down and then up. Unless we green bar it and melt straight up to a larger resistance. I don't like the idea of getting trapped right off the bell. How about that 45.20, 45.50? But I am looking to go long today, if you want to know. I'd really like to see us do a red bar down off the open and then trade higher. I don't like the idea of green bar and straight up, unless we melt straight up. If we melt straight up, we'll figure it out quick. We'll know. We'll know in the first 15 minutes. I want to see what the flow is today. It's very volatile right where we are right now. The move today is expected to be 1.3%. Yep, there's not much headline. I'd be real. We need to be careful right off the bell here.
Turkey reporting their January cash budget deficit of 37.8 billion lira for Turkey.
Right off the bell, there's some early bulls stepping in for today on the... Matter of fact, I'm going to jump in myself. Some dirt cheap. Some dirt cheap calls this morning. 455C, they're 15 cents. They were like 5 cents just a moment ago. So I'm sitting on some 455Cs. And I got some puts as well. I've got puts expiring today. So if we do sell the market. Huge puts on Piton, April 14th, 30p, $464,000. Tesla calls with a high algo score right off the bell. February 11th, 1000C for $260,000. I should have mentioned this earlier. Everyone's very bullish on Palantir right now, PLTR. And I just watched the high algo score trade come in. PLTR, February 25th, 12.5C, $444,000. Also, KBH, Kilo Bravo Hotel, January 20th, 45C, $1.2 million. Very nice. Yeah, so I'm parked in some 455Cs. So we'll see if we can take this trade long today. We can get a tag. If we can get a tag down below, I'll add more. Like 447.53. You can see this down here at 442. It's a little bit closer here. $446.58, $447.42. Nice support already right off the bell here on the SPY. I'm going to try to grab something down there, see if I can squeeze some more off.
Vivo's VPOS announcing a $75 million make shelf Victor Oscar Sierra.
High algo score on Lucid LCID 29 point, or excuse me, February 11th, 29.5 C. Only $36,000, but a high algo score on it. Probably matches up to some dark pool. AMD calls as well. April 14th, 145 C for $217,000. Lots of call buyers on SPY 450C, 10,000 contracts. I like this dip buy. I don't like the idea of green barring it straight up to 452 and then rejecting straight off. You can see some resistance forming up above at 450.95. We'll look a little bit higher. It's not really big resistance up here. It's kind of nice to see that 460 up there. More buyers than sellers. Good morning, Brad. No worries about it, brother. Yeah, I just picked up some calls on the SPY. $450.91. Your indicator's slightly negative, but when I'm looking at the options chain, it seems pretty positive right now. On here. Now there's 14,000 contracts on 450C. Gonna need to see this 450.94 get busted. Good morning, Angie. Neo's exploding up. Yeah, keep your eyes on EVs this morning. Lots of flow into EVs. More Palantir calls. March 18th, 18C, $33,000. Calls on Coin, Mara, all the Bitcoin stuff. Airlines, more calls on airlines and cruise ships, cruise lines. Facebook calls coming in. February 11th, 250C, $120,000. Slow start to the morning. XBI is up 2%. Tesla's up 16. Tesla's straight green barring up. Pay attention to Tesla this morning. All the EVs are green barring it straight up this morning, just heads up. We'll see if there is resistance at 9 foot. So that 950 is a known resistance on Tesla. So we want to make sure we're not being set up here.
Caller from Tyson CO saying they remain excited about plant-based protein at Tankos here in November.
We want to see a break above here.
Activity, the February 11th, $31 calls are active at 35 cents. Weekly call activity in Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid, February 11th, 31C. That's the second one that's come in on my side over here. And then this guy just talked about it as well. EV call activity across the board. Here indicator's turning green on the SPY as a note. It was negative off the bell, but it is turning green. PayPal, March 18th, 135C, $260,000. We'll look at Tesla and see what's going on with it. If it's going to break through or not. There's been a point of contention around this 935, 950 on Tesla. It really does need to break above today, this 950, for the market to move up. IWM is trading at 200 at this point.
15 minutes or so into the trading session, the NASDAQ is up 104 on the composite. The S&P is up about 7, and the Dow is down 45. WTI crude futures are down about 1.25% and drifting lower, 91.15. The U.S. 10-year yield at 192 was up 1.5 basis points, while the 2-year yield is a little bit lower. The 210 now above 63 basis points, so some marginal steepening there in the 210 spread today to begin the session, to begin the week.
NVIDIA calls February 11th, 255C, $608,000. TTWO, I think they have either had or have an ER today or this week. TTWO, July 15th, 155P for $1.3 million. Watch out here. You see this? See these sellers coming in right now? On the SPY. More Tesla calls coming in right now. February 11th, 1000 C, $308,000. Tesla, February 25th, 1200 C, $95,000. It is interesting to see the sellers coming down so far. Sellers are coming straight down. You know, they were higher last week. And take a look at that Tesla, see if there is resistance here. So that same trade, right? Pick it up down here. I think it was 880 earlier in the week. A little bit lower and look. Right here, 80, 850, 880, 900. These sellers here have been here all week long, right? You kind of have to grind through these sellers to get higher. Very dangerous place to be long. We have an implied range today of 1.3%. Makes me wonder if we're setting up almost like last Friday, where I think we moved 2% on Friday. Wound up closing up, I think, 0.6%, but huge swings on Friday. And that includes the close, of course. Calls on Amazon, February 11th, 3,300 C, $191,000. More or Piton calls, February 18th, 35 C, $153,000. Disney calls, February 11th, 152.5 C for $78,000. SPY puts February 7th, 449 P for $100,000. Good morning, Mira. How are you? Mira, a whole bunch of sellers stepped in much lower this morning on the SPY. So I can show you where they stepped in.
UK Defense Secretary saying that UK will send further 350 troops to Poland to show they can work together.
Having some lag on. Now SPY calls February 7th, 449C. More Palantir calls April 14th, 13C, $117,000. And reload this. SPY trading higher. Those 455s are up to 20 cents. Having some lagging right now. Yeah, first wave of sellers came in at like right like 946, 947. Smashing and bashing. Yeah, I'm in 455 C's. Up to 21 cents. These sellers really swooped in too this morning. They were, they're hiding higher on Friday on resistance. They're just coming in now. You can break through here. It should be clear sailing. Yeah, so let me give you the time right now. It's 9:54. Looks like real time on your end. Yeah, this Miro, the sellers are coming right in trying to stop this.
ATHE, Alarity Therapeutics, awarded a European patent for 4H Priodio 4-in-1 compounds.
We're looking to
for the
sell
treatment
those
of
things.
neurological disorders.
We're gonna
Alpha Tango Hotel Echo.
I think we're trading higher today. No. So the time on your end is the lag here is like 30 seconds from when you guys are hearing me. 9:55, 9:56, just turned to 9:56. Good morning. It's kind of like a do or die, right? I thought it was 45.2 0. We thought it was 45.50. Probably be some more resistance up there, but right now the sellers right off the bell have come right in, right above here at 45.51. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's like, dude, gotta understand this is the feed is like, yeah, it's under a minute. That's hella fast. Sometimes it gets paused. You don't realize you're back a few minutes. Gotcha. Yeah, so some resistance here. It's really wonky. So we've got just buyers absorbing sellers right now. Bears stepping in right now. I've got a mixed bag of SPY calls and puts coming in right now. I'm in the future. Joe, try to reset your just reset the broadcast. See if you're that far off. Because I'm getting your texts, Joe, in real time. Yeah, Mero, that's what I'm watching right now. I'm watching Tesla right now, and it's my one fear is that it got pumped to 950. And you know that's where all the sellers are. So if there's a place where we dump today, it's going to be, you can see, I mean, Tesla's pretty much the proving ground, right? Tesla hasn't been able to go over 950 for a minute. The whole trade in Tesla's been buy at 880 and sell it at 950, 935 to 950. So it's definitely at the upper end of its trading range. Yeah, Piton puts is the play. Just wish there was a clock with seconds and minutes on it. All right, hold on.
U.S. and Japan reportedly set to announce a pact that would end the Trump-era steel tariffs between the two countries. U.S. and Japan set to announce a new agreement to end the Trump-era steel tariffs.
Joe wants a clock. I get a clock for Joe. Yeah, I'm long on SPY right now. Everything smells like a trap for bulls. I mean, that's honest. These sellers are getting pretty ruthless down here. But I'm watching like Tesla bulls are stepping up. I'm watching calls come in on Tesla right now. 211 1000 C, $400,000. We're at 88% bullishness right now. Yeah, that's a fair point on the Europe close as well.
There's a headline that the FAA, they can move to prevent airline manufacturers from interfering with employees performing certification tasks for the government, according to a draft notice.
Yeah, if there's a failure here right now, Mero, you know, a swing below, I mean, this 450 is super contentious in here. If we swing below 450, we can get a 1.3% move down. That's pretty ugly. I'm a cheesy little bitch. Yeah, 4485. And I've got a depths of hell puts on right now for some big money. I don't have nearly as much in calls on right now. I'm a little concerned. So my biggest concern right now is like they took Tesla right to resistance off the bell. Which I don't like seeing. Like if Tesla was starting out today at like 880, I'd be like, yeah, we're going way up. We've got the sellers are hiding. We all know between 935 and 950. I don't like that the sellers came so low right off the bell on SPY. I don't like that they drove Tesla up right to 950 right off the bell. It's almost like a setup to sell the market. Yeah, you can't. Yeah. Spyplex is saying the 10 years flying. And the flow is weird this morning too. There isn't a ton of flow. There isn't a ton in either direction. There isn't a ton on the bear side or the bull side. I kind of think I like IWM to an extent today. Or IWM's done better off the bell. Just be conscious right now. Do you guys see the hero indicator is just... The hero indicator is getting pretty negative. Bring this up real quick and just take a look at the hero indicator, okay? So I want you guys to be conscious of this right here. You guys to see this real quick. Now, on a smaller time frame, it doesn't mean as much. But when you start to see this go down over the course of time, like hours, right? 3-4 hours, if we continue to see this stay negative, it can lead to negativity later in the daytime. Not always, but be conscious of it. That is what the point of it is that it's an accumulative, like you're accumulating more puts. Even if they're not showing up anywhere, if you're not seeing them on, like I'm seeing a little bit on flow algo, but not a ton. So I should probably look it up on a raw flow or a law. Yeah, let me look up some raw flow. And the options chains aren't showing much in terms of today either. Usual options. Just index. $228. Yeah, some split stuff on TLT calls and puts. Puts on IWM once it hit 200. And then the SPY, I'm seeing some puts, but only at like 9:32 and 9:38 this morning, right off the bell. $3.45p on the SPY, 3,900 contracts, expiring on February 28th. And then 4.45p expiring February 9th. 6,700 contracts. Makes me wonder if we get pinned here for a little bit. Hey, Doughboy, I hope you had a great weekend. Josh is like, just going to trade sideways for the next year. Europe, and we're just dumping already. Yeah, there's some concern right now. There is some concern because I don't like where they traded Tesla to. So look up Tesla again. Tesla's done fairly well, or better than it used to, as a bellwether for the market. So let that load up in the background and see what's happening. And the sellers have come down in force. In force down here at 4,561, 45061, 45061. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing too is another thing that I noticed Twitter is all on board the sideways volatility trade. And then this morning, I was catching up at like 4 or 5 this morning. I was listening to CNBC, and they're talking about the volatility trade today. So my other fear this morning is, if CNBC is starting to talk about the volatility trade, the sideways trade, is it too many people that know about it now? Thanks for the heads up on the Tesla news. Yeah, we need some news to drive the market without a doubt. It's a really sketchy place. Like 4,500 is danger. It's pure danger for bulls and bears. There's no real bias on either side. Watching some puts come in on Plug, Facebook, February 11th, 220p, $181,000, $213,000. More Facebook puts. Like a whole mixed bag. Netflix calls, March 18th, 425C, $700,000. Totally mixed bag here. BA calls, high algo score, February 25th, 230C, $58,000. Then I've got Apple calls, February 18th, 172.5C, $194,000. Really mixed bag this morning. Calls, puts all over the place. Watching bulls diving on calls, bears diving on puts. And yet a movement so far of what? We got a movement of 448.20 to 450.41. Now snap a line down here. I'm going to look at an ES chart real quick and see what it looks like. Sometimes ES will show you a better picture of what is actually going on. And one way or another, we're going to get some resolution here by roughly end of day. We're going to get some resolution. In one way or another, we're getting resolution today. So it seems. We will have resolution for both sides at some point today. Because we're going to drive straight into resistance. And just heads up. So just as a heads up here, we had a wave of sellers come step in this morning. We're right off the bell, right? A lot of the big caps. This is good to see. Hold on a second. Our Google, February 18th, 2700C, $4.4 million. Disney calls, February 18th, 150C, almost $600,000. It's a real mixed bag right now.
Romeo Delta Hotel Lima.
Hang tight for a second, make some trades. Lots of BA calls coming in. Just heads up, all morning long. Just BA calls streaming in all morning long. Yeah, I don't like Tesla being this. Like, Tesla's just floating around down here. just below VWAP. Some VIX calls coming in, VXX, February 11th, 21C. BA calls, February 11th, 210C, 3 sweeps, about $150,000 each. So it's a really wonky place for the market right now. And then it looks like you've got bears buying puts at 450 and then bulls buying calls at 448.50. You know, $2 spread. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's really messy right now. Thanks for the heads up, Chaz. Yeah, it's not that. It's just the placement of where everything is right now is just wonky. You would have liked to have seen Tesla open at like 880, 900, and then trade up to 950 to break through sellers. So when you're seeing these all these tickers that hold up the SPY opening right off the bell, just green bars higher, it's not good. You want to see Tesla open lower, or at least see a squeeze. We didn't see sellers right off of. Yeah, now we're coming back down on Tesla here. We are trading lower than VWAP, but all the day traders know to pick it up between 880 and 900. No offense, right? You kind of need big news to push Tesla higher through this resistance of 950. Otherwise, it's going to drift lower until it finds support, which right now currently is at 900. The one good thing I've seen, well, now watching some SPY calls come in. SPY February 7th, 449C for $170,000. SPY calls again, 452C, $98,000. It's all kind of wonky flow, without a doubt. You see the support stepping in right now on, I think Emerson brought up 448.50 as being key support. More VIX calls. I mean, this is really bizarre. Yeah, it does feel like a Monday in summer. Yeah, I'm watching a lot of energy calls come in, dip buyers on energy right now. I didn't want to say anything about it because it's still a little bit dangerous. But it did knife straight back up, didn't it? Jesus. Any dip in energy just buying, huh? Any and every dip in energy gets bought. Just cranking. XOM is just cranking.
NATO Secretary General saying they're considering their longer-term military posture in Eastern Europe to strengthen deterrence.
SPY's looking a little drunk right now. A little droopy. See if we can see a price target below if it breaks. I mean, just look at that. It's just a wall of support, wall of resistance. I mean, look at this. Here to here. 450.61. Break below 448.42. This is just straight down. Probably that 444 number. Looks even lower. If it breaks 444.4, next stop is actually 442.91 and supports at 440. You know, it can shoot this range all day long today, but the key to this is you're going to see resolution one way or another, a severe resolution before end of day today. Or it looks like that on the futures chart. It looks on the futures chart like, figure we call it at, literally 3 p.m., 4 p.m. You're going to see a huge move in either direction. SQQQ calls February 11th, 38C for $346,000. QQQ calls February 7th, 360C for $132,000. PayPal calls still coming. They're starting to stack up right now too. More BA calls coming in. I think BA is going to have the most calls. So yeah, number one is Google, Tesla, then the SPY, KBH, then AMD. But the number of calls, they've got 6 orders on BA, 6 orders on Tesla, 9 orders on SPY calls. But we should get some resolution. It should be before the end of today, right? If we reject, it's going to happen today, I think. I doubt that we just plow right through this downward channel and not find some resolution today at some point. I guess it depends on which chart you're looking at. I guess the farther down we go, the more time we have to go up. But if we maintain this 4,500, we're going to get some resolution right around 4 p.m. Surprisingly. Shocker. Yeah, XLE has been banging. Banging. Any negative news just gets bought. And SPY just keeps ricocheting off of 448 and a half, and looks like just below this 450.51. So I ended up getting a nice pair of monitor headphones so I could listen to you guys. They're too loud. I might have to return them. I need like a volume control on the headset. I'm kind of pissed off about it. Yeah, you know what else, Winky? So last night I was listening to people say, you know, Bitcoin is leading the indexes, and that's just not true. That doesn't happen. Sometimes it shows it trades with the indexes or leads the indexes, but it's not enough for me to be claiming. Any pros and cons on XLE and XOP? Buy every dip. That's truly the only thing I can tell you. Buy every single dip on anything in energy. Yeah, crypto's been weird. It looks like it's correlating with the markets, but it really isn't. I don't think that it is. It's like correlating, but it's not correlated to the markets. Very dangerous. Astro A40s. I'm a little pissy that what I just bought. Yeah, so I wasn't listening in early, or so I wasn't monitoring the broadcast before, so I didn't have to wear headphones. And then once I started playing our boy Charlie, or whoever he is, I wanted to be able to hear what he had to say. What are you guys talking about? Corsair Astro A40s. What else? Corsair. Virtuoso. XT. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea behind it correlating. It doesn't get Vanarelli's. What I don't like about crypto is that it tends to trade. For me, I find that crypto tends to trade more in line with classic charting because they have nothing else to base it off of. So it doesn't have as much of the randomness that the markets have. So like I trust it, but then you can't trust it. Like there's nothing, you can't really trust it against the market. Hyper X clouds. I don't really need anything. Yeah, I can't use a couple things. I can't use the wireless because it sucks. It sucks my processor. I just need a nice wired set of headphones that has a volume control. I might be able to buy a jack that has a volume control on it. Because right now, I don't have a way right now to turn my monitor volume down without, I don't know if I can add a new source. I don't know how to do it this way. So I got a jack on the mic that I plug into. It's all fucked up. We just made an almost 2-day or 2 SD standard deviation move in the SPY intraday on lower volume. Yeah, supply and demand, all classic. If you were to just trade crypto with classic charting techniques, I've got voice meter. Or yeah, am I using voice meter right? What am I using right now? Check to see what I'm using right now. Right now I'm using a Marvel GEQ.
VVV, Valvoline beginning an EV service offering in the U.S. Victor, Victor, Victor.
I like Audio Technicas, and those are pretty damn cheap too.
And they've begun piloting in EV services in its retail stores. The pilots in a limited number of the retail locations are the next step in advancing their strategy to extend to the EV markets.
Just heads up on the ticker on that shout out was Victor, Victor, Victor. Kind of weird. It's basically saying that Valvoline is going to focus specifically on EVs. Valvoline launches EV service offerings in its U.S. retail stores. Pilot program. Providing inspection and maintenance-based services such as 12-volt battery replacement, tire rotations, key fob, battery replacement, cabin air filter replacement, wiper replacement, state safety inspections. Many of these services are already performed in Valvoline's retail locations today, but will now be piloted with a specific focus on electric vehicles.
For Poland, the finance minister tendering his resignation. That's the Polish finance minister.
Valvoline looks like it's just a trade. I wouldn't be trading it with low volume stock. Up 1.5% on the day. Yeah, it's all bizarre reading this. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bizarre news topic. Maybe this has to do with Ford and GM, possibly. Valvoline is trading higher currently. SPY starting to break through. Just tagged 45 0.47. Right where these sellers still are. Peer indicator is extremely negative right now. SPY squeezing higher above 450.57, 450.58, 450.61. Wonder if these are Daler hedging on those Google calls from earlier. Calls on XLE 71 or February 11th, 71C, $122,000. More BA calls. NEO calls March 18th, 25C. QQQ's calls. SPY calls. Need to break higher and hold this here. More SPY calls. BA, it's February 11th, 220C. February 11th, 215C as well in BA. SPY calls, whole slew of them. February 9th, 452C for $265,000. More SPY calls. February 7th, it's February 9th, 452. February 7th, 448. February 7th, 450C. More SPY calls. These are good to see. Just SPY calls coming out the ass right now. February 11th, 459C for $54,000. That's excellent to see. SPY calls February 7th. I'm going to take some profit here. Hold on. Just a rasher of SPY calls coming in. BA just smashing and grabbing. We'll look at BA next. We'll look at Tesla real quick before we log off Tesla. I wonder what else is loading up the I'm gonna have to check XLE, XLU and XLE. Not XLE, XLF. E LV. Check some different sectors out. Looks like tech is actually pushing up the SPY. We are risk off on financials are kind of flat. Risk off on the worry stocks. XOM, more calls coming in right now. And check out BA real quick. NVIDIA calls, XOM calls, more NVIDIA calls, PayPal calls, $500,000, May 20th, 135C. Hi, Zlu. Yeah, so just heads up, if you're a Tesla trader, right now, every day trader in the world knows that it trades from basically 880, 900 to 935, 950. So it's playing ping pong right now with day traders. It's not bullish, not bearish, just a bunch of day traders getting in there. They're trading it from zone to zone. They've been doing it now for, oh, how long now? Week, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 straight days of buy the dip, sell the rip on Tesla. More ping pong on SPY as well.
The U.S. 5-year TIPS yield above negative 1% for the first time since the middle of 2020.
Some pretty good resistance up here. BA did just break through some of the resistance at 211. Traffic at 215, 220, 230. Very bullish right now, though. It should, BA just tagged to 1219. Serious sellers over here. Let's SPY just reject.
Energizer on their call, providing some color on the quarter, saying they see the most significant impact to gross margins in the second quarter, saying they see as much as 50 basis points in additional gross margin pressure through the remainder of the year 2022.
Just nasty day trading on the SPY
Echo November
right
Rome.
now. Just straight nasty. Just straight vicious. Vicious. And then look, it's crazy because now right now at this moment I'm watching the buy the dipper step in and then a bunch of small money buying puts right where we are on the SPY right now. Trading like a SPY basically trading like a boiler room right now. Yeah, just because if you're a Tesla trader, just because I'm gonna tell you point blank. Okay, Tesla is trading from 880 to 900. That's the buy the dip zone. Sell the rip is at 935 to 950, depending upon how dirty you want to get. Unless something changes. That's what it is. Not really red. There's been a buy the dip, sell the rip on Tesla for like 7 trading sessions. 6-7 trading sessions. And the sucky part is the shitty part is that to get above 950 you need some news. Or if you have repetitive general good market news, we would trade higher than 950. Otherwise, it's just buying the dip down below it. Today, it's actually at 900. Is the buy the dip on Tesla today? Yeah, boiler room. SPY's trading like a boiler room today. SPY's trading like a $1 ticker. Absolutely, 100%. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, we're on the 4th dip buy. Or I guess you could call it a little bit more. Just a straight grind today. Absolutely. Do you guys want to see it? Do you guys want me to show you the Tesla chart? I brought it up here a couple times today. We can look right at it. See where it's at. Look at it again. Just, I don't know. Take a snapshot or something. It's been kind of brutal. Yeah, more SPY puts coming in right now. That's now we have a 3-way split on SPY puts 446B.
I'm looking out for comments from East V's Lagarde.
And we've got 2 more, a split and a sweep for another $350,000 on SPY. February 7th, 451p. Very dangerous right now trading the SPY unless you're in and out. Yeah, Johnny Rab, here comes the SPY rug pull. Tesla's making EV tanks in the Ukraine-Russia war. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it right now. I got it loading right up on Bookmap right now. Almost loaded. We'll come back to Tesla. Looked like at 918 there was some support. I don't like this negative hero indicator on the SPY. Although it's not showing itself anywhere else in the market. I don't know if it's from selling puts right now. Possibly.
the release of ECB Chief Lagarde's comments, speaking at a hearing of the economic.
More SPY puts coming in.
Bottlenecks will still persist for some time, so there are signs that they may be starting. Inflation is likely to remain high as they continue to see the risk to the economic outlook as broadly balanced over the medium term. Expects the economy to pick up strongly later this year.
He's breaking up for me too.
Lagarde saying energy prices continue to be the main reason for the elevated rate of inflation. Food prices have also increased owing to seasonal factors. In addition, price rises have become more widespread, with the price of large number of goods and services having increased markedly.
Lagarde's taking a shit on the markets right now.
Saying risks to inflation outlook are tilted to the upside. In the past, surges in energy prices weakened the spending power of households and reduced inflation over the medium term.
Now, so this doesn't mean we don't pick up or trade at 919, but I want you guys to be clear out there, okay, that the real money is down at 900 on Tesla. So it doesn't mean we don't trade up at 920.
That in their next meeting up.
But we do tend, I want you to see this right as this comes in right here, the support down here.
They'll carefully examine how higher energy prices will transmit through the economy and affect the outlook overall.
That doesn't mean we don't start at 920 here, but the point being that the smart money is down below 900.
Saying that they'll have to bear in mind that the demand conditions in the euro area do not show the same signs of overheating that can be observed in other major economies.
That is when you guys are looking at Walter Bloomberg. This is where he gets his news from.
Lagarde saying that the state of the Eurozone economy increases likelihood that the current price pressures will subside before becoming entrenched.
This is the fastest news you can get. Faster than anything on Twitter. Yeah, it's kind of weird seeing the Polish FM quit.
Lagarde affirming there's a defined sequence between the end of net asset purchases and liftoff date. It says a rate hike will not occur before net asset purchases finish.
Run shit in the bed. Ugh, I hate trading stocks. Makes me want to puke every day. Just sit in a play for like a month. Can't believe I even bought that shit. I'm on Tesla right now. So this is the same thing on Tesla. It doesn't mean we don't get a buy here on Tesla at 918, but the smart money's down here at 900. So what's the safe play? Safe play is pick it up at 900, or at least today. It was at 880 last week. But the safe play right now is to pick it up at 900, ride it up to 9, this is better in some respects because we had lots of sellers last week at 935. Lots of traffic up here. Looks like the sellers have moved higher at 945, 950. But you're going to be looking for a buy down below here at 900, right? Take it from 900 to 950. Trade that up. There is some support down here at 910, and there were some buyers at 915. I'll give you all that down here, that yes, there is some support down here. So we can trade higher from here up to see. I think it's still at 950. Let's call it at 944.13. But when you guys take risky trades, if you're down $20 on this trade, and you're like, shit, my shit's burning. If you were to more frequently look for the dip buy, wherever that big dip buy is, let's say you just passed. Let's say if you traded this 10 times, 3 to 5 out of the times you buy here, you're going to lose out of your 10 trades. If you wait for this every time, you're more than likely going to win most of those trades. Just bouncing around right now. Market right now is brutal. Yeah, I don't know why. Their audio service is usually pretty good. Today it's been really shitty, hasn't it, Desperado? I'm not really impressed today. And it's saying that I have a great connection. It's got a little connection button on there showing that I've got a almost real-time, imperceptible quality. Maybe I can say that sucks today. So I'll read it off to you guys, okay? So the ECB chief, Lagarde, is saying that bottlenecks will still persist for some time, but there are some signs that they may be starting to ease. Basically, inflation is transitory, right? Shortages are transitory. Pandemic curbs hurt growth to start off the year. Supply squeezes, energy damp activity in near term. Economy is to pick up strongly later this year. Price rises have become more widespread. Risks to growth broadly balanced over medium term. Risks to inflation outlook are tiled to the upside. In the past, surges in energy prices weakened the spending power of households and reduced inflation over the medium term. We know all this. We have to bear in mind that demand conditions in the euro area do not show the same signs of overheating that can be observed in other major economies. Oh, I don't know. I would disagree with that right now. Reiterates that ECB won't hike rates before net bond buying ends. Any policy adjustment will be gradual. Similar to the US. Yeah, no hikes before the ending of QE in EU. We look at AMPH. Yeah, it's a very clear trading strategy on Tesla. It doesn't, you might be like, I missed that trade because they bought it at 920. The reality is a bunch of those trades buying outside of where the real money is going to be a net loss for you, where you're getting caught in the middle. And it did bounce off 915.13. That's almost at 900. Not a bad trade here. From where it is on this candlestick chart, I'd probably take this trade. But I just don't like that the buyers are lining up at 900. And again, just to reiterate, had Tesla started the day, well, I guess it did kind of start the day closer to 900, right? It was a dip by at 918. And it immediately went to 950 and the market started, ricocheting off the top already. It looks like they're murdering options on the SPY today. Now, the interesting part is, so today's February 7th, right? The longer right now, normally I would say the longer we trade sideways, we're going to go down. But the more that we murder puts for February 18th, the greater the chance of a huge Vanna rally we have. More Netflix calls. Big money on Netflix, February 18th, 395C. Watching heavy hitters in Netflix.
German Chancellor Scholz just reiterating that there will be a very high price if Russia invades Ukraine, echoing we've heard from other NATO leaders.
It's an interesting trade on Netflix as it is extremely bearish looking right now. There's lots of buy the dippers stepping in, but it's extremely bearish right now. It traded down from 413 to 398. It's broken any semblance of support. It's not easy to read the market right now, especially on big caps. XBI strong all day long. We discussed that ticker or that index before the open this morning. Tag 9386 sold off slightly, but then is coming back again. Now trading at 93.33 with renewed strength. More Uber calls. February 11th, 40C. We might see some resolution on
Just note Intel announcing that they've formally launched their accelerator to help build an innovation ecosystem. Intel saying a new $1 billion fund will support early stage startups and established companies in building disruptive technologies for the foundry ecosystem.
my thoughts on Facebook. Thoughts on Facebook. That's a tough one. I'm guessing that Facebook is heavily shorted. I see where you're looking at Facebook right now on the chart, wondering if it's going to trade higher. We can look at it right now. There are lots of call buyers on Facebook right now. Facebook's a tough one. Under normal circumstances, I would say, of course, you buy Facebook. But what is your time horizon, right? Is the big question. And then does it get shorted down between now and their next ER? The Amazon was a great dip buy. Snap, of course, is a good dip buy. But Facebook, they could just pin it for 1 to 3 months. I like the idea of buying Facebook leaps or much farther out calls. Or just buying the stock isn't too bad, even if it trades lower. I don't like the idea of buying calls on Facebook. We'll look at it. It's a really nice place to buy Facebook. You can't say it isn't a nice place to buy Facebook here. But we've been trading PayPal and Snap forever too. And we've seen moments like this where you're like, that's the bottom. And you find out that you can go lower. I like Facebook just accumulating it. Even for all the shit problems wrong with Facebook. I mean, do you like it at 210? It's a big question, right? Do you want to own it at 210? Where do you want to own it at? And 200 seems like the place. This is like the Alamo right here, 200. I just set an alert at 200. If you had a moment of market weakness, probably we'll see 200. Wouldn't even have to be Facebook's fault. I know people are going to disagree with this commentary. There's a lot of negative news on Facebook right now, even outside of the stock market. They also have some issues coming up with hearings. The market looks so weird right now. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of it. They're not going to go bankrupt. You know what to compare Facebook to would generally, believe it or not, is Disney's ER. Disney's last ER was very complicated, worth reading into and watching, listening to, going down the rabbit hole on. Disney's in a similar place in some respects. And I was left a little bit scratching my head with Facebook ER this time as well, because they've made a lot of inroads in other countries. And I thought that was the plan, right? We don't really care. Well, the plan is they start them on a different platform, then graduate them into a different platform, then graduate them into Facebook. That's what I thought it was. You have the kids platform, the 20 to 30-year-olds, and then the 40-year-old pluses, you roll them into Facebook. And then by searching outside of the country, you attract foreign people into Facebook. So this whole guidance was kind of weird to me. But the rebuilding aspect to it reminded me a lot of Disney rebuilding. And I'd be interested to see what the reaction is this time to Disney and what implications it would have on Facebook, their next ER. They make a lot of money. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of those things. I don't disagree with anything any of you guys are saying about Facebook out there. Yeah, I want to flush too. I'll be honest with you, we should flush. I mean, it looks like 1, 2, 3 taps, right? 1, 2, 3. We should be trading way higher. Like one quick flush and then a rip. Trading right back down to our trading zone. Trading right back down to 44.850. Darius, whatever his name is there, Darius so-and-so, he's saying that we could lose 8% on the SPY right now. I think that was on Friday he said that. He's full bear right now. The thing is, I think Mero said this earlier, and he's making a fair point. Like, you want to see everything set up, right? Like, so if you start looking at the components that make up NASDAQ, right? You start to look at the components that are making up the SPY, the heavy hitters. It's all kind of weird because you're not seeing defensive plays positive today or huge moves today. So there's no defensiveness to the market today. Just kind of sideways. More dip buyers on SPY currently. Seeing a lot of stocks too that are. What do we got going on here? Now, this does make me wonder if we get. If you end up trapping bulls, but murder all the puts into the 11th, 12th, and then we trade down into OPEX.
So for Spotify, seeing a report that the Rumble platform reportedly offering Joe Rogan $100 million to move his show to their platform.
One, two, three.
So CF Acquisition, CFVI, which is planning a SPAC merger with Rumble, is moving higher on this report that they're trying to lure Joe Rogan to the platform and Charlie Franklin, Victor India.
CFVI.
Still the Digital World Acquisition. SPAC DWAC is also showing strength today, up 13%.
XLE is about to hit $70. Yeah, it's kind of boring right now. There really isn't there isn't a whole load going on this morning. It's back and forth with day traders. Expect your next sell the rip on 450.67. Possibly even selling the rip on 449.99. 450. Federal Reserve Chair Powell traded during restricted FOMC blackout period, failed to disclose majority of trade dates, apparently lied about muni bond conflict. U.S. Senate rushes to confirmation vote on February 15th. Ugh. You think they're going to wait for the euro close? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of loading of puts on March 18th. They originally were positioned on February 18th, and they've slowly, they were deep outside of the money on puts for February 18th, then they moved to closer in the money on February 18th, and then started to move to the 18th of March. I think these are straddles on the market. Straddles like 470 and then 420 into March. Big ones. They're claiming that it's all retail doing this shit, but it's not retail, it's banks. Yeah, I don't expect any of you to stick around today. There isn't a lot going on in the market. The only thing that I can tell you about today is that you should expect a big ass move at some point today. It's moving because we're running out of runway. We've got until basically 4 p.m. to make a move higher outside of our trading range or a rejection to go much deeper. We don't have time. Facebook's making new lows.
More from Lagarde saying there's no sign inflation
Yeah,
is measurably above target over the medium term.
It's utter bullshit. They've got these stories running in the news
Chances
right now
have increased that inflation stabilizes at 2%.
that we're buying
More from
fucking
ECB Chief Lagarde.
we're buying fucking credit spreads by the fucking $10 million blocks. Utter bullshit. And then there are a bunch of hedge funds, a bunch. I went down a rabbit hole a week or two ago. We talked about it on the
Lagarde
program.
acknowledging that the ECB will look very, very carefully at the March projections and that there's no need to rush to premature conclusions, pointing to the March where they will be updating their staff projections.
So I went back like a week or two ago and I spent some time just seeking out some of these. But this is before the news came out and all the hedge funds lost their asses. But when we made the first dip, right? So when we made the first dip on like January 20, whatever, we made that first dip down below. Then when we slammed down on the 24th. And then once again, we slammed down on like 28th. There were a shit ton of hedge funds that came out and said that they were long banks and hedge funds, like big, not huge, but like BlackRock type companies, said that they were buying the bottom on this company and that company. And then I went back and looked on CNBC Pro back into September through December. Anyone that said we bought this dip, anyone that was on CNBC saying this is the bottom, blah, blah, blah. I went back and searched all those companies. They were all fucking long on everything that burned. Like anything that's burned, they were pumping it from September to December. So let's say they got caught with their pants down, even if they were short in the market, and they rebought again, and they buy time on CNBC to say, hey, we're buying this. Hey, we bought this. Hey, we bought that. And now there's stories coming out that retail shouldn't be have so much protection on, but it's not retail. My assumption at some point is they got caught being long. They wound up, trading against, hedging against, right? Or let's say actively trading it down, shorting the market down. And then the moment that it looks like there's a breather, like we're oversold to an extent, that they run a campaign to say, we're buying all these stocks, when in reality, they're just looking for the next chance to get out of those positions. I think that's who these sellers are. These sellers aren't retail traders. These sellers are banks that, they made their way down, had to hedge against the market, right? Short the market, still long in fucking stock. They have to bring the stock market back up to sell out of their positions as best they can while buying some companies. It's complicated to an extent, right? Because then they want to be buying Amazon's. They want to be buying Google's on sell-offs, those kind of things. But at the same time, there's this whole conversation going on that it's retail buying this shit. It's not. These are fucking banks. That's what they're doing. No matter what they're telling you or I in the news media, the numbers aren't lying. They're not. I mean, these are block trades. These are sweep trades of millions. This isn't like meet Kevin out there buying himself $1 million package or $5 million in puts. It just isn't happening. And I think there's something different today versus even 2020 in March. I think that you've got so much information today available that not a lot can be hidden right now. I think there's just too much information to disseminate, too many people discussing. We're seeing too much and communicating with each other. Retail is on what's really going on behind the scenes. Yeah. You can't blame retail, but they are. They're saying like if retail just took off their hedging that the market would go up, and I'm like, this is utter fucking bullshit. Utter fucking bullshit. And that you guys saw the stories that eventually came out. How many hedge funds have been getting just straight wrecked. So right now, if there was a time not to trust the news, this is it. Even if you're bullish, this is the time to not trust anything in the news right now.
little more than 5 minutes now to the close of cash equity trade across Europe. We've seen some underperformance in the Spanish and Italian stock markets, but they have come back a bit here into the DAX is up about 0.9%, the CAC Cron up close to 1%, along with the FTSE 100. Treasury yields are off the highs of the day across the continent. The Italian 10-year was up 12 at one point. It's currently up 6. For Vodafone Italy, Iliad reportedly submitting a bid for the Vodafone Italy unit, according to sources.
Yeah, right now there's too much information out there, too much dissemination, too much discussion going on. The lit markets have too much coming out in them, and even the dark markets are a little bit more lit than they have been. I want to know, does anybody know what JPow was trading? Was he selling out of his shit during the blackout? I'm not seeing anything else backing up that statement about Jerome Powell. Hitting Pelosi. No, Zach, I'm not. We're waiting for the end of the day today. We'll know more by the end of the day today. It's kind of weird too. If we trade higher from here, you'll more than likely see the trade lower into March. If we trade lower today, it should be violent. So I don't, when I just heads up, when so you guys, I don't read your comments on YouTube. I'm reading them on a Streamlabs OBS kind of a format, so I can't see any links that you have. What do you guys know about the Pelosi thing or the JPow thing? Missing a bunch of shit. I still like the slow roll down into OPEX. Yeah, I do. Typically, I do. I usually almost always like the slow roll down into OPEX. I think that CPI Thursday is a deciding data point, or at least until March. FOMC minutes, I'll take the opposite trade every time. I'll look into what the FOMC minutes say. Or excuse me, I'll wait till like a half an hour before FOMC minutes, and then I'll take the opposite side of the trade. Every time. CPI is tough this week. They're thinking it's 7%, right? If I recall. What I don't like about that...
Lagarde reiterating that they will use all the tools needed to ensure proper transmission.
Occupy the Fed Substack has the alleged docs. Did anybody get to read the Substack on it? Was he selling the market or buying the market? Yeah, Giant Reb, that's distribution, right, bro? Yes, 7.1%. Problem is that if we know that it's going to be 7.1, like the problem is that's pretty effing high. So it's kind of like if we already know it's going to be 7.1%, it's probably about right. Lots of dip buyers stepping in right now all over the place. Apple, Qs, SPY, Amazon. BAC calls signifies healthiness. We've got March 18th, 48C on BAC. March 18th again. Lots of money rolling into BAC right now. Almost $1 million. BAC 318.48C.
Italy to sell €6.5 billion in 12-month bills on February 10th.
Today's options so stacked and around, they're right on 450. I think the implication is that we trade higher. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff you got to think about here. It's very complicated, believe it or not. You pretty much have two takes. You've got a bullish take on where we trade to next and a bearish take where we trade to next. The bearish take, if we get rejected hard here, we're looking at a trade very deep, like 415 or lower. And there are hedge funds with computers that know this, right? That are along this market that don't want that to happen. If we trade higher from here, then we trade lower into a later date, but it's not as deep as 415.
3-month bills draw 0.290% with 30.9% allotted at the high. Bid to cover ratio 3.00. 6-month bills draw 0.580% with 1.98% allotted at the high and bid to cover 3.13.
Yep, Banksy to position off it. There's another thing too is that you've got what do you call it, rolling off, right? You've got buyback blackouts that are rolling off this week. Did you guys see all that information? Big tech buybacks. And if you guys look at previous years, the buyback blackouts, when they end, we tend to trade higher into OPEX just based on buybacks. But I don't think it happens today. I think it happens later this week. We are starting to trade down below that 448.49. You're going to look for support no lower, if we trade lower, at 447.93. Wait a minute, I might have that number wrong. Let me get you a better number than that. Try like 447.16. I definitely didn't expect a trade sideways today. CLE bounced down after briefly going to 70. Yeah. XLE is starting to roll over slightly, but ripped to $70. Rolling over on XLE. You can see that that is definitely what's holding up the SPY today.
ECB's Lagarde reiterating that she does not believe we're seeing any de-anchoring of price expectations to the upside.
Just sell it. Ugh. Just sell it. Emerson, what are you watching for contracts? People are buying contracts right now or selling contracts? Hold on, Emerson. I'm going to load the boat. About that dip. We'll see what's up here. I grabbed some calls here. We'll see if it holds or if we trade below. I don't like this put action here. See if we can trade to 451 again. Let's see what Emerson's saying. What did I buy? I bought it's a dangerous place, just so you guys all know where we are right now. About 451 C's expiring today. But I think we trade down. I think we trade down to 447.21. But we'll see.
Bank of Montepeschi now, fourth quarter net CET1 ratio fully loaded at 11%. They're reporting a loss of 78 million euro. On to Pasky.
Just added a bunch more calls.
Repsol in Spain reportedly seeks to sell its Canada Duvernay asset, Romeo Echo Papa in Spain.
Getting reiterated, I'm looking for a bounce off 447.21. Right in here.
A leg lower here in U.S. stock markets. The Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq all in the lows earlier session here for the S&P futures. 44.81. The overnight electronically traded low at 44.71.
Give me just a second here. I want to see if there's any more capitulation or not. Nope. 447.27. So 447.25 breaks. You're going to be looking for 4444. Watching a mixed bag of dip buyers and sellers. No cascade of puts. Mixed bag both sides. Apple calls, SPY calls, SPY calls. Apple puts. Apple puts, SPY puts. No decision.
Or from Lagarde saying that they see little evidence of risk to the transmission process. Investment is one of the tools they can use if that happens.
All right, let me see what you guys are saying. No, I haven't added to my Piton puts at this point. I'm a little pissed off at Piton, and no, I'm not pissed off at Piton. It's reminding me a lot of Nikola. I gotta watch what I'm doing here. Let's see where I'm at. Looks like SPY is looking for lower 446.59.
Toronto Dominion TD filing a $75 billion mix shelf, Tango Delta.
Some more buyers stepping in below at 446.50. See where bottom is. There's a whole lot of support here on the SPY. There is a lot of support here. All the way, I mean, you're talking all the way down to 40, basically 442. It's 50 handles of support. $437. I've got. Yeah, I know. I've got a bazillion puts down at 430. I think. So if it goes down to 430, I'm gonna be a happy guy. I just don't see it going down that low. But we should have resolution today, one way or another, whether we are going up or down. This does buy more time, surprisingly. Being down here, anything down below 450 buys more time for resolution. Or it could buy more time for sell the market in the overnight. Yeah, I was loading puts. I was loading puts all day on Friday for Monday expiry. There's basically there are other counts right now on the market, Elliott counts, but if the market sells right now, right, for where we are, it should be very deep, like stupid deep, not 1.3%.
Lagarde saying that growth in Q1 is slower than anticipated, but it will pick up. Reiteration from Lagarde.
Lagarde needs to shut the fuck up today. Yeah, the market doesn't look good. I mean, if you look at the market today, generally speaking, if you look at the positioning of anything that control or that all the weighters of SPY and the Qs, they're not positioned for a great bounce today unless they break through a ton of resistance across the board. If you look at the underlying on anything, it's not healthy for unless there's a squeeze.
Inflation at the end of this year will be above target, but lower than today.
And I think even in the SPY Gamma note this morning, they said it's almost like the market's waiting for news, something that's unknown. If you're going to take the bull thesis, maybe buybacks, right? Maybe that would be the news. Would be buybacks would lift the market up. But outside of buybacks, we should sell down to like 413 or so. Like it should be a bloodbath. And seeing this move right here, not seeing a heavy reaction to the upside is concerning. A break here would signal a reversal, a continuation and a downward move. I'll give you a price target on that too, where to expect it to go. If support breaks here.
So FAA saying all Frontier flights are currently being held on the ground due to an automation issue. Not seeing any real reaction in Spirit Air, SAVE.
Somewhere, I mean, this isn't going to be exact. You probably see a bloodbath into close to 436.87. Be a sweet dip to buy. Yeah, Lagarde needs to just shut the fuck up. Yeah, no reaction right now. You want to see a bigger bounce? No bigger reaction at the moment. You should expect a bounce here, which we got. Because if this breaks, if 44720 breaks, even with 444, did I say that 4 times? 4444 below and 4390 below, it's a moot point at that point because you're in that downward channel. So you're going to want to complete the rest of that downward channel, regardless of what Spot Gamma says. You're going to look for, a move down to complete. I mean, today would be 43662. Tomorrow, you'd open at 43259, unless we had some kind of obscene sell-off where we broke through support. Then you'd be looking at probably 415 or something like that. Something stupid. 420 would be first stop. 408 would be next stop. Then 400. Get the bear porn going for the Bears. We're turning around here. I don't know how long this holds. We'll see how it holds around 448.85. I'm printing green right now. I know that. I am green. I'm long in 451 Cs.
Israel Central Bank Deputy Governor saying that Bank of Israel is not committed to any interest rate level. And they may slightly increase 2022 inflation forecast for Israel.
Calls on Rivian, May 20th, 90C, $242,000. IWM February 18th, 205C, $332,000. NVIDIA calls, just money pouring in NVIDIA today. NVDA February 11th, 250C, $385,000.
Lagarde and Q&A saying that we're seeing inflation moving to the target, leading to policy normalization and not measurable tightening.
More bouncing down below here at 447.24. Yeah, let's see. Let's have a look. And I want to look at Facebook real quick. Did Facebook get down to 200? I wasn't paying attention to it. 226. I'm watching some buyers step in here. 3.469. Let's use the first three, right? 346 to 328. Yeah, Lagarde needs to just shut the fuck up. To be honest. Emerson, what are you saying? There's really no reaction. Yeah, this seems like there's more of a reaction coming in. Looks like grinding here. Seems like it's hammering it out. Seems like we did this the other day. I think there was a moment the other morning where I had some calls and they went down. They were like, I bought them at like 40 cents or something stupid, and then they dipped to like 26, and then they went to like $4 or something insane. By end of day. I think some people are shaken out of the trade. I think it's the same kind of a trade going on right now. Spy calls coming in. Some VXX calls. Slow ass day. Yeah, the morning fade's been pretty predictable. Like we just fade in the morning, then we rip higher. Well, that's the key too. If we fucking dump down to 420 or lower, you know that you could buy that bottom, right? Doesn't matter if it's 390, 420, whatever. Trade it back up again to 450, 460 or whatever. More XOM calls. March 18th, 87.5C, $78,000. Datadog puts February 11th, 146P, $648,000. Yeah, did Tesla get back down to near 900 at some point? That's where all the day traders are. So it got down to 907.39 on Tesla, right? We talked about this earlier today. So we'll check and see if the day traders will step in on Tesla. I want to look at Datadog real quick. Yeah, they had a nice bounce. It's a nice put call on Datadog. I like that trade. Datadog, February 11th, 146P, $648,000.
Uniform leverage.
Check Tesla. See if the buyers are still sitting down there at 900. Yeah, they're down here waiting. Roughly at 901.21. They're moving up a little bit. Some buyers at 905.28. Looks like buyers are stepping up now to 902.02. They should come swooping up at some point. So if the bears can't break through around here, you see that one tap on 447.12. If there's another tap once more right now and then another tap, we should see a reversal. Bears really need to push it through right now. Now you're just looking for 2 taps right now. This is a pretty normal setup. You want to see the bears be able to follow through. If they can't follow through twice, the third time it should trade much higher. Should see a reversal. It's a nice little bear flag. They got to get it done right now. Come on, bears. See if we can garner anything from this, from the hero indicator. Hero indicator is going up right now. Just heads up. What are you guys saying? we're rooting for the Bears. Peso's got a bunch of incel dudes running around naked. Well, that's my thing about like the Sims, right? Like, what is it gonna be? Like, I get that meta. So, in my view, if Metaverse was awesome, you'd probably get a good decade or two of something that's built like the Wild West, kinda, right? But then you've got Facebook trying to just make it look like Facebook. Reminds me of The Sims. Well, The Sims, I guess, was kind of cool one time. But, like, what are they going to do? It'd be so boring and myopic. A Facebook metaverse would be, like, just be asking for it to burn. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Comcast. Like, you're a cable TV provider, tries to control everything, right? Control your TV experience, DRM on everything. Can't own it, you can only rent it. And the fees go through the roof. It's a very closed garden that isn't an enjoyable experience. And so that was, you know what else was like that? Was like AOL was like that when the internet started. And they didn't survive because of that. That closed environment when something that's exploding and growing and is new. So if you even think that we're going to have a metaverse, it's probably not with Facebook being like the bridge troll. Can you just imagine having to live in the metaverse? Can you imagine living in the metaverse of Facebook's version of the metaverse? It'd be so bizarre. Yeah, fuck Piton. I'm staying in my puts. Now bears get like, they get 1, 2 tries, right? You have to understand, like, you have to like look at it from the perspective of a bear or a bull. You take 1 stab at it, right? You take 2 stabs at it. You take 3 stabs at it. If the sellers are there, the sellers are there. If the sellers aren't there, then we're gonna go back up. So I should show you guys some of these setups one of these days so you can see what I'm talking about here. You only get so many chances. They don't just sit there and well, they do. If you sit there and trade sideways for a couple days, 2-3 days, your ass is going down. And that is one thing we talked about on Friday was you can't as a bull, like we're on what, 1, 2, this is day 3, coming in day 3 of trading sideways. So the bulls can't put it together at some point. You're gonna wind up trading down. That's ultimately what happens if you can't put it together. If you can't find the market to step in and say we're going higher, over time, we end up trading lower. And this would be the do or die moment for the bulls. It's kind of like your last, this is the Alamo. So the bulls have to step it up, buy the fucking dip, because this is it. If the bulls don't turn it on, and the bulls did come in and buy. I want to give you guys a heads up. So we were at 160 or 140,000 calls on February 7th on 450. We're now up to 208,000 calls on the SPY for 450. I don't know what that means, but there's a boatload of call buyers on 450C. 208,000 now on cheap call buyers. They are loading the fuck up of the boat on calls on 450C. Amazon, February 11th, 3300C, 170C. Disney, March 18th, 145C, $500,000. Gonzalo, thank you for tipping. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, please like and subscribe these videos if you can. Please like and support if you're a new trader, if you're just joining us. We'd like to keep seeing these live streams. It takes a lot to make them. Please consider donating. Keep the channel alive. A little bit of a reversal here on the market. Trading now up to 448. Those SPY calls at 50 cents now up to 55 cents. 210,000 buyers. 210,000 contracts on 450C. $211,000 contracts, now up to 56 cents, 57 cents. SPY calls coming in. February 7th, 452C. Hog, we talked about them. Harley Davidson, February 11th, 38C. Couple $100,000, a sweep and a block. They usually do fairly good at their earnings.
So for AT&T, Village Roadshow Entertainment suing Warner Brothers over the movie release of Matrix Resurrection simultaneously on HBO Max. Village Roadshow alleges Warner Brothers is attempting to cut it out of future movies and shows based on the IP.
Yeah, we'll see if they print. See if there's a reversal here. It's kind of like do or die for the Bulls. They really don't have a choice. They have to pump it. They have to buy the fucking dip. They don't have a fucking choice. This is it. So this is all there is. You gotta trade this higher. This isn't Friday. This is make this motherfucker rip. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing like that. This is make it rip. Do or die. The Bulls have to push it higher. They really don't have a choice here. Now there's 212,000 contracts on 450C. The Bulls are stepping in. Even if it's not showing on Flow Algo, behind the scenes, Bulls are buying the dip here. $213,000 contracts on 450C. Might be a nice dip buy down here, 447.62. kind of a weird place for the VIX right now. January 19th, 2024. X calls 25C, $1.1 million. QQQ calls February 7th, 357C, $49,000. SPY still holding on by its last breath. So this will be the third strike here. 1, 2, and 3. We'll see if it holds. If it doesn't hold, price target below ultimately by end of day should be 436, 437. Could see a nice 100-point move. SPY puts February 7th, 446P for $63,000. Bulls, less chance here. So exciting. No, there shouldn't be a sideways trade here. This is do or die for, technically on the charts, this is do or die for the bulls here, right where we are right now. You would see, if it fails here, you'll see a trade down about 100 points. Shouldn't take more than a day or two. And that day includes today. You'd see it today into tomorrow. Calls on XOM, February 11th, 84C, $22,000. Not seeing a whole bunch of puts or calls waiting on either side. Watching a mixed bag of calls and puts. No cascade yet of puts. Facebook calls coming in. February 18th, 250C for $162,000. Give me 100 points in any direction. I'll take it. X calls January 19th, 2024. 25C for $300,000. Looks like firm sellers again up here at 451. We'll look higher and see if there's anything higher than that. $458.90, $460. More Facebook calls. February 18th, 250C, $84,000. No. No, you can call it 30. You can call it 10 points or 100 points. So like ticks, right? Almost like ticks. So you'd see like you'd see 437, 436. So it's like what 10 or 100 depending on how you count. Depends on how you count the market. Some people count with even like three. Like a tick can be 3 points. It depends on how you count the market. But like the SPY, I usually count it by the 10th. Like every 10 cents is $1. Every dollar is 10. Yeah, I'm talking about the SPY. So I don't count the SPY like I don't say 10 points means $10. 100 points, $10. I want double that, to be honest with you. Or more than that. I want 150. I want it into the bell. I gotta check my puts and see if they've gained any interest in premium or not. Nope. It doesn't look like anybody thinks it's happening now. Market makers don't think it's happening right now. So even if we do sell off, it's not going to be that deep. It's in one of them weak ass sell-offs. QQQ's calls February 7th, 357C. It's only 45 grand. AMC calls February 11th, 17C for 26,000. Let's look lower. See where real support is down here if we break through all this noise. It's all accumulation shit down here. See all this traffic? Some sneaky buyers down here at 442.81. Look at that right there. 442.80. Not really anything big there. Eight. Not really giant support. That's 436. We go lower. Right there. That's the big boy. All right, I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. SPY calls coming in right now. February 7th, 450C, $38,000. Palantir, February 11th, 13.5. I'm going to take a break real quick. It's 12:41. I'll be back for 1 p.m. I'll leave the news on, of course, for you. You're either going to be looking for a reversal here or a sell the market type situation. Pretty much right where we are at this level. You want to see the bears with conviction sell this market. If they can't sell this market, the bulls are going to try to push it up higher. The bulls are running out of runway, right? We've been here for, I want to say 4 days. Let's take a look here. Been here for, let's call it legitimately the end of the close of Thursday. Then Friday we traded up, we traded down again today. The key, though, is that we're in this expanding-ish megaphone here. This kind of a weird 1, 2, 3, 4 day megaphone pattern. And we're also in a we're inside this megaphone pattern, and you really are looking for, I want to say back on the second, we traded to a major resistance, bounced off it, we were rejected basically, right? And we haven't been able to even trade up into that major resistance again. You get one try and then another try. If we don't get that try, and if this isn't, if I get my point, I guess my point would be if we rejected back on the second up here at 457, 458, we're taking another stab at it again. If we don't take that stab at it, you're going to be looking back to a much larger drop. You know, I guess some people want to say it's hopefully it's 435 or 432, 433, but in reality, if you're not able to get back up to retest one more time above, the larger channel puts us down to Uglyville. Like real ugly. I'm looking on the 1 hour right now. Seems like there's some support here. In the 1 hour, there's a nice green bar here, so we'll see if it switches around or not.
Concluded her Q&A at the European Parliament hearing.
It's a nice red bar on the last hour. This new hour, we're green right now. It might not be showing it on the chart, the 1 minute or 15 minute, but on the 1 hour, it's showing it. Showing a nice bottom wick green candle. We'll see if it trades higher. It is not looking good for the bulls right now, but we'll see. This is kind of do or die for the bulls, right? The bulls are claiming that they want to trade it up higher, see if they can get up to 455, 0, or even 460. That's the bulls have their own case. We do have some SPY calls coming in right now. IWM calls for 160,000. SPY calls February 11th, 448. C for $228,000. So we'll see how this plays out in the end. We've seen moves like this before where we kind of we're weak in the morning and then we trade higher. So we'll see. There should be, SpotCam is implying that there's a 1.3% move today. Probably has seen almost half of it at this point today. The second half of it could be down below to that 444.4 level into the bell. If we had a capitulation, if we even got down here to 444, I do think we're trading much, much lower. Much. On a weekly time frame, at least down to 430, 436. Might as well just trade to the bottom of the channel below here and just call it at 434 or so. And another note would be in this 1, 2, 3 pattern in the larger time frame, like going back to the 21st until now. We traded above this range on the second. It would only be in kind to trade below that range a little bit down here around 420s or so. So the bulls have a lot in their plate. Bulls have a lot of work to do from here. I'll be back at 2 p.m. unless something else changes.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Gray Television GTN acquiring Telemundo Atlanta, Gulf Tank of November.
Yeah, I wanted to step in real quick and comment on what Doughboy just said, which is important. It's not good when VIX is above 23, and it's not good when SPY is below 4,500. It lends us to a lot of volatility. Now, there are a lot of SPY calls coming in right now. There's a SPY calls just came in February 11th, 448C for $335,000. But if you look at the general viewpoint on the SPY right now, I just want to be clear that volatility lies below 4,500. The VIX at 23 also lends us to volatility, and that's what I think Doughboy's pointing out, that it's sitting above 23 is not good. Those things don't add up to us going up. It doesn't mean we don't go up. It just means that you really want to see to be bullish that we're over 450, and over 4520. Hopefully we can make our way up here to at least this 451 and get rid of some of these sellers here. We can see how bad those sellers are. It does look like we have worn out some of the sellers, and still some pretty decent sellers above here at 451. We'll trade it up, see what happens. Yeah, I think Doughboy, if you guys definitely want to be reaching out to Doughboy Capital, because he has a pretty firm grasp of most of these concepts as well when it comes to volatility, gamma levels and things like that. That doesn't mean we don't trade up here. It just means that when you if you guys are looking for a basis, what are we at this moment intraday? You don't want to see VIX up in the 23 zone. It lends itself to negative volatility, or volatility and negative gamma. And plus where we are below 4,500, we want to be above. And that's why those sellers are up here. These sellers that are here at 451, that's because once we break above this 451, we should have clear skies to, and it was supposed to be 450 to 452, I believe, but it doesn't matter, right? We know where it is actually during the day here. So we want to be above here into the close today. More SPY calls coming in right now. A little bit of SPY puts, but you SPY calls February 7th, 451C for $34,000. SPY puts 27 448P for $87,000. And then SPY calls February 11th, 452C for $200,000. It might get rejected here too as an intraday SMA here, the 200. Want to break through this if we can. If you're a bull, you want to be breaking through this and then working our way back up to this localized resistance at 450.36 or so. Expect the sellers to come down slightly over here at some point, but the time's running out. If you're bullish, time is not on your side right now. Time is not on your side as a bull right now. Don't get me wrong, I'm actually a bull by trade. Mostly bullish, 70% of the time, bearish 30% of the time. But this isn't where you want to be as a bull. You kind of backed into a corner. Yeah, common retail loan. If VIX gets under 23, we run big time. big time. There is more premium leaking into calls right now. I'm in some 451Cs. They're up to 39, 40 cents, 41 cents. There's some good premium kicking in right now on SPY calls. We'll see how that goes. They're up to 42 cents. So there is some interest here. There's now also 250,000 calls at that 450 strike. We're at VWAP now at the 448.97. See if we can make our way to 450. 450.87. I would expect them to come down though. Look for volatility at 449.93 and then again somewhere around 450.28.
Crescent Point CPG. For CPG, those assets worth around $500 million Canadian.
Yeah, I've got some books on my shelf. I'll pull them out for you. Let me see. I'll dig out some good books on volatility. I'll get you guys a list by tomorrow. I'll get you books on volatility and gamma.
EU and U.S. Energy Council supports exploring new gas transit routes and capacity from the EU to Ukraine.
Those calls are now pumping. SPY calls February 7th to 449C for 59,000. More SPY calls February 7th, $66,000. QQQ's $48,000 on February 7th, 358C. PayPal, March 11th, 125C, $600,000. It's tough here when you're looking at the entire market and where we are, like coming into this morning, that this isn't the place you want to be as a bull or a bear. You really want, like, you want to that level below to have broken as a bear, and you want to break, or you want to break above that 450.06 area as a bull to get bullish. Like right where we are right now could go any way. I haven't, yeah, it did cross that 200 on the simple day and the 1 minute, which is nice. That means it's bullish currently for the moment. Missed on the 200 simple day, simple moving average on the 1 minute chart. We did. I'll check the 5 and 15. They were crossing over it right now on the 5 minute. On the 15, we're right at, nope, we're not even close to it. On the SMA on the 15-minute chart is right where upper resistance is. Where that pennant is, top of that pennant is right at that 450.35. A little bit of red bar on the 50-minute chart right now on SPY. It's tough place. It's a tough place right now to be trading the SPY, especially day trading. It's brutal. WFC calls February 18th, 58C, $272,000. It's been a good bid today on financials. So it doesn't lend itself, none of this stuff really adds up today either, right? You got financials holding their own today. When financials are down, it's real bad. It shows that the market's going to burn. You guys didn't know that. When financials are burning, it's a leading indicator of a crashing market. Not crashing, but a very weak market. None of the like XLU, XLP, XLV, none of that shit was up today as well. XLE is kind of holding up the SPY to an extent.
The reverse repo operation, 81 counterparties seeking $1.68 trillion.
I'd have to go. I should look at a sectors. Let me go look at a sector chart and see what sectors are up today. Yeah, XLF is kind of up. XLE leading the way. It's really bizarre. Like biotech, dude, leading the way. We talked about that before this morning, but it looks like it's all energy. You've got some miners working, some metal miners working well for. The home builders is surprisingly up today. Construction surprisingly up today. But it's more like a broad-based light market being held up. And the tech part of SPY is slightly down. Yeah, construction's up too, but it's only up slightly. It's not up a ton. You know, another thing too is, do you guys want me to post? Do you guys want me to post the spot gamma report every morning before the day starts, so you guys can read through it, or is that something you guys want? I can just bring it up on a live stream every morning or something. We can review it. So you guys get a feel for market's shit today. I mean, I'm looking across every sector of this SPX today, and it ain't pretty. I'll tell you right now, if energy fell, the market would be fucked right now. And not just oil, but like the whole energy sector. Yeah, I can review it with you guys. That way you can understand how to read it. Okay. Yeah. I do a pretty good job interpreting spot gamma. I went down the spot gamma hole. And it's not exacting, but it's pretty close most of the time. It's weird because you have to interpret it. They do the one thing that spot gamma does is the one thing that doesn't bother me, but they use a lot of words to get out of being pinned down as to which direction the market's actually going. Like, so I use it more to validate volume profile, and then traditional charting, news events, stuff like that. And when it works, but sometimes it doesn't, right? But it works, but you're like, yeah, Preton's propping us up. But yeah, I'll go through with it. I'll go through with you guys every day. We'll do it on the live stream every morning. I'll just bring up the sheet every morning, and we'll go through it so you can kind of interpret what they're trying to say to you. And it's kind of weird, like today I'm watching to see what the put flow is, to see if it backs up any kind of a down OPEX. Because I'm really not really even looking at today. I'm more interested in OPEX. We start to run out of runway as we get closer to OPEX most months. As we get into like the 10th, 11th, 12th, you'll hear me say this every month. I'll be like, as soon as we get into that 10th, 11th, 12th, if we haven't done what we're supposed to do, we actually start to trade sideways and down typically into OPEX with maybe one up day on the Thursday before OPEX. We'll do it live. Yeah, exactly. If Piton was down today's bad, we at 4:30. It's kind of bizarre. Even before the announcement on Piton was trading with tech on our up days. Piton was literally trying to make a comeback on those days. And I am interested in catching a lot of the guidance reports coming out on these tickers specifically, on all these like mid caps, like lower big caps, stuff like that. I'm interested to see what a lot of these companies are saying, because they could lend themselves to a violent market reaction on the downside. You don't know if a lot of these companies have been, sitting in offices, no staff, just basically bullshitting. And Piton's one of them. Piton's proved themselves to be one of them. And you can see it with Spirit and Frontier having to merge, right? You might see a lot of mergers this year in companies. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do it live. I'll do it live every fucking day with Spot Gamma. I do love Spot Gamma. They are pretty accurate. Like, they get all their numbers right, but then it doesn't always trade where they think it's going to trade. That's my issue, I think, mostly. But we're running out of runway into the end of today, too. This just further reinforces we could have a very steep sell-off into close, or a very huge climb into close. I'm having a hard time. When I look at traditional charts right now on the SPY, on ES, doesn't matter, ES, SPY, I'm having a real tough go of being uber bullish right now. So right now, if you looked at an ES, if I was looking at an ES chart right now and it was 2020 or 2021, we'd be heading towards all-time highs right now in like 2 days, 3 days. Did you really hear a rumor that Tesla might buy a Mercedes? You want me to call my family member and ask him right now? I'm gonna call the family. I will. Yeah, if this was, so this setup right here, if this was 2020 or 2021, we'd be going straight to the moon right now. Like through the roof. If that's a real rumor, I can ask. Shouldn't say that live on air. I get in trouble saying that shit. Yeah, I know. I'd get into deep shit if I ever did that. Uber. A sweep and 2 splits for a little over $500,000. February 18th, 40C. I always break his balls that I'm going to ask him for insider information. Then I tell him not to. If they made an offer on Mercedes, Tesla would go down. Let's see if we can trade this up to 450. See how these calls are going to do. Might cover my shitty puts that aren't going to print today. I'm going to end up burning these to the ground. I can already tell.
Blackstone BX reportedly merging BME with an asset at CVC.
What is this? Yeah, BX reported.
Blackstone reportedly looking to get a €6 billion valuation for the BME assets in any potential deal.
Oh, look at this Blackstone. BX, check BX right now. I was just ripping on Blackstone last night. I got yelled at on the internet. Heard a rumor that Piton's buying Rivian. Wild Blackstone. I was just talking about Blackstone last night on Twitter, and I got ripped. Hilarious. Wonder why. Oh, they're reportedly discussing a merger of BME with CBC. It's looking bullish here. Oh no, I was making fun of BlackRock yesterday. That's what I was making fun of. Not Blackstone, BlackRock. This is the Blackstone group. I was making fun of BlackRock last night. Pumping stocks into September and December. And they got one of their old lackeys out there saying the market's going to burn. And then they're like, oh, he's not our friend anymore. I'm like, that's bullshit. More spy calls. 29454C. Spy 451s are now up to 48 cents. Just dipped a little bit. Bunch of paper-handed bulls. It's really bizarre. Like, so the Elliott Wave guys have it two ways right now, right? So they basically have us going to like 460, let's call it. Let's say we're bullish today. They have us basically going to like somewhere between 460 and 465, let's call it. Let me look at a bigger chart. There's a bunch of different counts here, right? You count up to like 460, 465, and then trade down to, I don't know, trade down to like 437. So like 460, 465, down to 437. It's basically where one of the counts is. But then there's a bigger count, much bigger count. That sends us way down to the depths of hell, like 415, 390, depending on how ugly it gets. And that other count, the first one I was talking about, it's like 465. Then it comes down to like 435. And then it goes to all-time highs. and then it goes down to the pits of hell. Like no matter which way you count it, there's a nasty ending to the whole entire thing. Did you guys know that? Yeah, there's like in both counts, it still sells off to the depths of hell. Calls on Piton right now, February 11th, 32C for $410,000. Fucking Piton. What's going on? Light SPY puts coming in. The short, let me take a look. Keep my eyes on 445Ps. Take a look. Should I sell now? Out of my calls. I'm at 48 cents in these 451s. I was going to put my... All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a break. No, I'm not. I don't know if I can take a break. I'm like eyeballing. I'm sitting here with you guys. Can I do that? Right on. Sitting here with you guys. I was going to take a break, but then I'm watching them. I'm watching my calls. What are they saying there? Yeah, the news today on...
You're listening to Trade the News.
I want to make sure I'm still logged in. More SPY calls, SPY puts, SPY calls, same time. Well, low money, like 80 grand each. Kind of weird too. Bitcoin hits 4-week high, last up 4.33%. And everyone says that we trade with Bitcoin, right? I guess that's not the case. Chewy puts. Here's the short. CHWY, January 20th, 30p, $1.3 million. Man, just wrecking on Chewy, huh? When is there 30p? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't see why not. It's not a bad play. Chewy, January 20th, 2023, 30p. Oof. I don't know why it's so far out. 1 year from now? If that's just a hedge for a long. Twitter, February 18th, 40p. I think Twitter's going to have a good year. Twitter's ER is before the open on Thursday. Look at X. X is like, I'm out. Yeah, I like Twitter. I like what they're doing on Twitter. They have more to do. It's super oversold. They got a big hit from Facebook. But if they show that they have more active users or they're growing their user base on Twitter, anything like that, anything more positive than Facebook. New CEO. Not that I'm a fan or anything, but it might be one to watch. Twitter might be one to watch, like you watch it in the after hours. If it gets a huge dip down below, you grab it. I don't know. I don't think anything's falling off the cliff. You know what looks like it's falling off the cliff is VIX. VIX is looking bearish. You have a nice move up here. Might get a nice push right here.
ADN and RDN seeing a report circulating that they're exploring possible sale. Romeo Delta November.
Your Fit Twitter account seems active, but honestly, my first Twitter with people I know really is pretty dead. Twitter has an
President
ability.
Biden saying that he and the German Chancellor are in lockstep on addressing Russian aggression.
Twitter has an ability.
Speaking for the White House at a meeting with Schultz.
There's almost a golden moment right now for Twitter, with Facebook being, utterly shit upon, and then Reddit is in a really weird place right now. It has a large foreigner-based user, like active user base right now. It's not a US-based social media platform like it once was. But the golden era of Reddit is almost over. The comment sections of Reddit have been astroturfed. Reddit is not the place that it once was. Not that it shouldn't change over time, but it's become a place that's very weird. Very, very, very weird. SPY calls February 7th, 449C, $144,000. Look, get a nice push here. That VIX is dying, right? Looks like it's dying. Should get a nice move here. Yeah, it's AstroTurf. It's really bizarre. I've been a Redditor since beginning, since like first year was ever Reddit. But it's been AstroTurf. You'll notice it. They collapse comments. They got all kinds of issues. Like you need so much karma to be like a new account holder. It's brutal to get to be able to comment. Then if you notice, it gets AstroTurf by companies. It gets AstroTurf by marketing campaigns, by political campaigns, and even within their own cultures within subreddits. Even from community members, there's echo chamber, lots of echo chambering. The age group of users has gone down significantly in U.S. users. So I wouldn't say that Twitter is going to be like a young user friendly, but the Facebook older user crowd doesn't really have a space if they don't have Facebook, right? So where do they turn? Is I guess my point. And that doesn't mean that they turn to Twitter, but Twitter could use that to their advantage in their guidance. Oh shit. Here goes the VIX. Sitting on support. What does it do next? What's going on, VIX? What's up, buddy? VIX is looking bearish. Super bearish. Twitter is the best for breaking news. If Twitter could be like, we're going to step into this vacuum, it could be clutch. The only thing that bothers me is that they totally faux pas how to make money, which that still leaves me head scratching my head. It is getting shittier. But they have their own problems. People are like, well, Twitter is, people are like, Twitter is, they can't post whatever you want. But like, you get banned or whatever. Dude, you get banned on Reddit way faster than on Twitter. Way faster. Getting a little bounce on VIX. Getting a little bit of support here, but if it falls from here, if you look at most of the Facebook, you can pretty much say whatever you want on Facebook, right? To an extent, I think. I'm not on Facebook any longer. I haven't been on Facebook in a decade. but I think between the two, Instagram's pretty. You can do whatever you want, but it's not as community driven. Twitter has a lot of potential. Yeah, the Reddit's turned into a fucking disaster. No matter how you cut it, slice or dice it, it's a fucking disaster. Even that the anti-work subreddit, like I get the idea behind it. I get it. But then you kind of know that it's astroturfed at the same time too. Right? So you're like, that sucks. Yeah, that was hilarious. I saw that Reddit mod. But you know what the crazy part is? So there's like two bad parts to anti-work. There's a part of I actually like the anti-work subreddit, the concept of it. But then you find out who the mod is, and you're like, what the fuck is that? Because you kind of know from some of what they talk about that it's some guy like that or whatever. And then you know some of it is definitely foreign influence, like foreign influence that wants to rile up Americans. That's not in any way, shape, or form to say like workers are getting fucked over, because they do get fucked over. But there's foreign influence in what they're trying to do, right? Try to create dissent within our own country. So you kind of like have to worry about who you're listening to. Is it like a couple of the disgruntled American workers, or is there foreign influence in trying to stoke fires? You guys understand what I'm saying? Use Instagram for food, Facebook for marketplace. Yeah, you know what? I can't say I don't use Facebook. I do use Facebook for marketplace through a family member. Yeah, Wall Street Bets went to shit too. Wall Street Bets has been I don't know if you know that, but it's been astroturf. With a lot. Wall Street Bets is a weird place now. Domestic influence as well on Reddit. Yeah, there's domestic influence as well. I agree with that. Reddit has become mostly propaganda. It's a bizarre place now. A really bizarre place. We got a little bit of dippage here on the SPY. And the VIX is dipping as well, which is interesting. It's really bad. Oh yeah, it all changed. Like there was a golden time for Reddit and Wall Street Bets. There was like a golden window across all of Reddit. There was. No, sure, it's bizarre either. Yeah, Discord's pretty good. Ooh, SEC charges social media stock promoter with penny stock fraud. Which one? Gotta check that out. Who got nailed? Mr. Zach Morris has entered the chat. Who was it? Penny Pumper? Was it Nancy Pelosi? Was it J-Pow? Who is it? No one knows. No one's saying who it is. Timothy Sykes. Oh, shit. No one seems to know who it is. Jim Cramer. Too fucking funny. It's got to be Zach Morris. That was some wild shit from Zach Morris yesterday. Dude, SPY's trading like it's just dead. It just fought its way just right back to this trend line. SPY just like clawed its way back to this trend line, going all the way back from the 28th. Just clawed its way back. Killing me, SPY. Killing me, SPY. So what do you guys think into the close happens? I just want you guys to know we are running out of runway heading into the close. There should be a move. We should get a move in one direction. We are getting some more XLF calls right now. XLF March 18th, 41C for $120,000. XLF February 18th. Scratch both those dates. February 18th, 41C. Two sweeps, basically for $150,000, $160,000. That doesn't lend us to selling the market here. Seeing all these calls come in XLF. Yeah, day drinking does seem fitting. I think we trade down. Just be conscious of when you see other moves in the market, you see things like XLF calls and stuff like that. Does not lend itself to the market selling off. Yeah, Friday was like this. It'd be crazy if we traded sideways the entire week and slowly up. SPY, February 11th, 444P, $254,000. Big Money Mike 6. Kind of sounds familiar. I mean, oh, there he goes. Big Money Mike 6. No. Looks like a scam. Big Money Mike 6. Oh, right here. Okay, I'm going to read it to you right now. Here we go. SEC charges social media stock promoter with penny stock fraud. Litigation release number blah, blah, blah. Mike Beck, a.k.a. Big Money Mike 6. Twitter handle Big Money Mike 6. With deceiving investors into buying penny stocks that he recommended, even though he secretly planned to sell those stocks. And in some cases, when in the process of selling them, when he made the recommendations. I think that's what they always do, right? Beck engaged in scalping of 8 different penny stocks, recommending a stock without disclosing his intent to sell the stock and then selling it at inflated prices to generate profits. According to the complaint, Black purchased blocks of penny stock shares, then tweeted that he would soon be issuing a new stock recommendation to his millions of followers. Millions? I don't know if I know who he is. Oh, read us to join Team Billionaire. Fucking A, these guys use some fucking crazy names. Team Billionaire. So they could receive a recommendation by email. The further complaint further alleges that a few days before Beck publicly tweeted a recommendation, he typically emailed it to Team Billionaire members or had third parties post favorable commentary about the stock and investor message boards. As Beck then typically began to sell his shares and shares owned by his mother. Fuck. Tweeting the recommendation publicly and typically sold additional shares after tweeting positively about the stock. And alleges Beck failed to disclose the plans to sell or ongoing selling. So Big Money Mike 6. I went to that handle and Big Money Mike 6 says he's got no followers. Joined July 2020. Got like 24 followers. That doesn't make any sense. Big Money Mike 6. Never heard of it. Millions of followers. We can't pump the SPY, can we? Can't get in trouble for pumping the SPY, can I? I don't see him. Looks like Twitter scrubbed him. Yeah, Big Money Mike 6 is Jim Cramer's burner account. He cleaned up his Twitter. You guys are hilarious. I'm seeing what you guys are posting on. There was an interesting piece about one of the notes in Spot Gamma was that it's almost like the market's waiting for news. SPY's turning up nice. Yeah, I look at. Did you guys notice I just pumped SPY? It just popped. I got busted for pumping SPY. Freeze dirtbag. I heard you squeeze the SPY. Too fucking funny. Oh, did he really put out an audio in response? Are you shitting me? You gotta be shitting me. I gotta check Mr. Zach Morris real quick. Killing me, Mr. Zach Morris.
Kinder Morgan announcing a Southern California renewable diesel hub project.
The master for. I remember when he had no followers too. Remember his original handle. Oh, and they just do it? Oh, he just did do it. Hold on.
You are motivating me to do better and flex more on you. So I look forward to doing that.
Hold on. Listen to what Mike
Okay. Love you guys.
Zach.
Bye.
Say over time.
Hey guys, Verified Zach here. I just want to say thank you to all the haters because I'm loving this. You are motivating me to do better and flex more on you. So I look forward to doing that. Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
fucking funny. I don't actually hate Zach Morris because, you know, at least he's honest about his pumping. I don't actually hate Zach Morris, nor Will Meade. I hate when they do it like, although I guess if it came out that he was, you know, doing some shit like that privately, sure. He posted an announcement of it. I saw that. He posted it. I guess if it was ever came out that they were doing shit like that, Zach Morris or Will Meade. But I've traded some of Will Meade's posts and made some bank. I'm not gonna lie. Like he's publicly posted, and some of those trades have worked out quite well. More calls on Google. March 11th, 2950C, $1 million. More XLF calls. You can hate him for me. I don't pay for his rooms or anything, or like follow like his paid discords, that kind of stuff. But I think one day Will Meade posted something about like GE calls. It was like GE calls 6 months out, like 7 cents, or a year out or something. And they wound up printing stupid. Like somebody just bought 70,000 calls for like 4 cents, 10 cents or something like that. This is interesting. The seller wall has disappeared here in the SPY. They've probably moved down right where we are at 449. If you get in before the dumps, you can make a quick rip. No, I don't think they disappeared. I think they came down. They've actually swooped down on the SPY currently. Yeah, I don't think they're gone. I think they're here. We'll see if this is the move. You guys want to see if there's anybody above? A little bit of sneaky Pete's here at 450.25. That's where they disappeared right there. And just look at these sellers. Not until you get above 453.98. Just a heads up, the hero indicator is coming down slightly. Yeah, I can bring up Piton. I'll bring up Tesla real quick too. Just rattling around. Be careful here. I want you guys to be careful on Tesla. Get more sellers lower on Tesla than before. We got Piton next. Kind of a slow day, guys. I apologize. There isn't really much going on in the market. Lots of Piton calls coming in today. Piton, February 11th, 33C. Thanks, Sport K. ES wall at 4,500 was eaten, transacted. The wall is gone on 4,500. Jess is chiming in saying that the wall is dispersed a little bit, makes it easier to go up. I think they're hiding. Straight volatility. More buyers than sellers. They're looking for 35 bucks. Supports at 27 and 25. Gonna eat through 29.85, 31.82, then 34.82. Yeah, I agree with that. Sport K. Slow day. You guys are saying that the sell wall is gone, huh? There was one concern above here. Where were they? Right in here.
Guiding 2021 revenue
right
up 15% to 445 million and EBIT up 30.
Careful up in here. It's 450.20.
Preliminary fourth quarter revenue was 120 million euro. That was up 16% year over year.
I think they're dumping them down. How about this? Let's look for a dip buy. If you're bullish, let's look for a dip buy. Two targets, ready? 448.55, then 447.83. If it doesn't sell there, we could get a nice rip into close. Late Apple puts and QQQ puts. CLX, absolutely. You guys have a couple shout outs. I'll throw it. You guys get some shout outs. I'll try to get them loaded up for you. Yeah, Willie, I think we're in the Hamptons. It's tough, man. We're not seeing the call expansion that we need for the market to go up. We're just not seeing it. I think what we're looking for is the blackouts on buybacks. But that would also mean that some of these big tech stocks would like to see their stocks dump before they announce that they're doing buybacks. Goddamn Piton. Suns are always going against me. Ooh, Clorox is nice. More buyers than sellers. Sitting on some nice support here too. Believe it or not, that's actually really nice support. Looking for 148 and 150. 152. Oh, yeah. This looks like a ceiling on Clorox. There might be a seller up there. Looks like the buyers are down below 138. Tough call.
White House Press Secretary Psaki just saying that moving additional U.S. forces to Europe is always a possibility.
Is this Amazon stuff? Offer for future retail. Amazon requesting information for cash infusion from Amazon. Piton has a price target of $68. Holy shit. You gotta be shitting me. This gotta be shitting me. No take on BBIG right now. Amazon seems stalled. Bitcoin's going crazy. Is this a risk I'm hoping about reeks of foul play to me? No one but 2 TV shows wrote in heart attack scenes. What's my go-to news outlet? Trade the news. Basically. Trade the news. Truist reiterates Piton with a buy, price target $68. It's insano. That's pure insanity. Yeah, Quinn is probably punching air right now. He's probably in here quietly, listening to see if we're gonna pump Mara or Riot today. I honestly didn't talk about Mara and Riot calls this morning because I didn't want them to get pissed off at me. He's my boy, so I gotta stay with my homie. $68 is a magnet for Piton. Fuck. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous. This reminds me of Nikola so bad. It just does. It just reeks of Nikola. It's like the Nikola playbook. It's like a fucking burning dumpster. Like 2 months later, it's trading at a fucking dollar and everybody's getting arrested.
For Huntington Ingalls HII, they've completed the initial sea trials of the Virginia
What's this?
hotel. Testing is set to continue, and they expect to deliver the boat later this year.
Oh yeah, the Montana. That's a badass boomer. So HII is the ticker. Completes initial sea trials of the Virginia class submarine Montana. That is a big ass boat. I think those things have like hypersonic missiles or something insane. It's our biggest. Oh, I think it has two less nuclear warheads than our biggest boomer right now, but it's the most stealthy one that we have or that we're developing. Hey, Spence Braun is bringing up a good point. Not sure if it'll happen again, but XLE is approaching $70 again. Last time it did, it dropped, and so did the SPY.
We're 15 minutes or so to the close of pit trading in U.S. energy markets. WTI crude futures at 91.15, down $1.15 or 1.25%. The low was 90.73 today.
Good heads up there, brother.
Private equity markets, Platinum Equities, Incora has reportedly tapped restructuring advisors to address the $2 billion debt load, according to sources. Incora is reportedly suffering from weak demand for aerospace components since the Platinum buyout in January of 2020.
Probably going to cut some calls loose here.
The U.S. CDC is raising Japan travel advisory level to 4, very high.
And we're looking for an out somewhere up in here. Looks like BBIG is being pumped. Just a heads up. Somebody was asking about it earlier. It's being pumped in a what do you call it right now?
Organovo ONVO granted a European patent for devices for the fabrication of tissue. Oscar November Victor Oscar.
In a chat room. Yeah, P-Town got a rating increase. Just heads up. BBIG is getting a pump right now. Amazon's looking flat. Let's have a look. Problem with Amazon is that it's not looking flat. Amazon's looking great. Amazon's beautiful. Jesus, look at Facebook. All right, so we're coming into 219. I'm going to take a break until 3. I'm going to take a half an hour break. Let me know in the chat real quick if you guys think we're going up for the close today. Do you guys think we push up to 452 into the bell? Let me look on. There are a bunch of calls. Still 314,000 contracts on 450C. Mm, 96,000 contracts on the 9th for 450C. Big Money Mike had 655,000 followers. Jesus.
For RGCO, they are reporting first quarter earnings, 43 cents per share, compares to 58 cents in the year ago period. Romeo Golf Charlie Oscar.
Yeah, I sold calls. You could probably stay in call. If you're still in them, you can stay in calls right now. There's a fair chance that we rip higher. We should rip to 450.03. Tag 450.03. I'm wondering what you guys think we're doing. It's 220.
Turkish finance minister saying meetings with investors in London were very positive for the Turkish finance minister.
We're looking for some kind of news to drop. There has to be something that we don't know. Yeah, I'm out of my 451s. Heads up on this one. This is Twitter, February 11th, 37C, $1.1 million. I like the Twitter trade. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that with the two. Yeah. I like that Twitter trade. I'm going to be honest with you. Even if you sell before Thursday, I like the Twitter trade. I like it. I think Twitter's going to give a surprise. I think Twitter's going to be a shocker. Is that 36.26? You know what I like on Twitter is like a call spread. Like right in the money, right where we are right now. Like $36. My only issue with Twitter is sometimes they'll just sell it down into right into the close before their earnings report, and they kind of fuck everybody, especially if it's going to come up. Yeah, we haven't moved today. We have not done a 1.3% move on SPY. Trying to make a call on the VIX as well is kind of weird right now. My assumption is that we go up into the close from what the SPY looks like. We are, though, I mean, we are sitting on support on the SPY, or excuse me, on VIX. Could trade higher into the close. Tough call for me right now. I think we trade down into 3 o'clock, and then we'll make a decision at 3 p.m. where we're heading. Yeah, I can pull up QQQ for you. I'm going to take a break till 3. Yeah, I like Twitter. I like it. I like it this week. I like how much it's been beaten down. I like the fact that it should get a sympathy pump over Facebook. There's Facebook money that needs to go into a trade. Like a social media trade. They don't really have to say too much to get a sympathy play. They got knocked down when Facebook got knocked down. Have a new CEO. Not that I'm not a fan of him, but not bad. I like it. 176, 175. Nice support here. Usual stuff, right? Traded up to 181. More buyers than sellers. I love trading QCOM, by the way. You're probably going to make a move into the close, without a doubt. The runway is running out for SPY. Just if any of you guys didn't know that, if you guys look on an ES chart, I think, right? I'm looking at the ES chart right now. They're running into a wall. Look at the ES chart real quick. Yeah. We are running into a wall right here. I'm going to make it tighter. Let's see. How much space we actually have here. We don't have a lot of space here. We'll say this, if they're going to dump it, right, they're going to dump it in futures. They ain't going to wait for fucking cash market. We haven't dumped shit. We've been over here since February 3rd. Just trading sideways. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're waiting for some news. I don't know what the news is. We need a reason for the market to go up. All right, here we go. You guys ready? SPY, February 11th, 447C, $603,000. Sounds like Burr to me. Somebody believes. Yeah. The Pamp is on. We do have a buy program. We do have a hair indicator that is negative, but it is dropping currently. Price target above. Remember, turbulence at 450.03. Turbulence at 450.21. There's going to be some turbulence up here, okay? We need to blast through this. It's critical. Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Chicken dinner. Start buying calls. SPY, 318, 455C, $1.7 million. Burr, baby Burr. Facebook, February 11th, 225C, $551,000. Heads up. SPY calls rolling in. There will be hedging to push us through 450. Well, shit. Here we go. Blast off SPY. Just when I thought I was taking a break. SPY's going to go fucking blasting north here. Ripping north. SPY calls 27450C, $52,000. BA calls, more Twitter calls, February 11th, 37C, $500,000. Here indicator, the lowest, well, it's the low, it's the bearishness of it has come down the most. It's come down all day long today. We are in a buy program heading into the 3 o'clock hour. Lots of BA calls coming in as well. 211, 222.5C. Trying to hide them.
WTI crude futures unofficially 91.29 last, down $1.02 here through the close of pit trading.
$4.49 flat is the VWAP. SPY February 9th, 452C, $106,000. Yeah, PA calls been coming in all day long since the opening bell. Can't stop, won't stop. BA stop. Just relentless call buying on BA since the bell. I think we pointed that out this morning, right? They had more calls than any other ticker this morning. More SPY calls. February 9th, 452C, $148,000. Well, I might have to buy some more calls again. God damn it. Just a note that the SPY is breaking above resistance channel from a downward move going back to February 2nd. Just a heads up, this is a pretty big move for the SPY here. $237, we've got more buyers than sellers. We have the hero indicator turning very bullish at this point, just a heads up. Yeah, depending on how you count, if Mr. Wu's say, or whatever his name is, Master Wu's saying 456, he's probably working the count where it goes to 456 and then it sells off heavy. There's like 3 or 4 pretty consistent counts going on right now. $2:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You want to see if the SPY can hold this area here. If they cannot, we are at 2:38 in the afternoon. Trading on the upper bounds of a downward channel since February 2nd. SPY calls February 7th, 450C, $59,000. Yeah, I think it's January, or yeah, no. No, the January 4th resistance is much higher, I think. Yeah, we're not near that resistance yet. That resistance is at 454, 456. There's a count where it puts us at between like 456, 460-ish. And then we should trade back down to retest lows again. Unless we trade above 460, then there's a whole nother bullish count that brings us to all-time highs right now. There's like 3 to 4 counts going on right now. There's like a bullish, like no, it's like 3 bear counts and then 1 bull count. Let's see if the bulls can hold on to it. See if we can find a price target above. Or if they pin it into the close. Yep. See if you get above here. If you get above this 454, you're going to make a run for 460. Unless something changes. So with this move, let me know what you guys think we do here. Yeah, I like Mr. Wu. I think he follows Elliott Wave. When I see him post, I usually follow like 3 to 4 Elliott Wave guys that all usually have different counts and try to take into consideration what they're pushing. I'll be honest, I don't feel like doing Elliott Wave counts all day long. I feel like you get sucked into the hole of believing in it too much. But his numbers seem to match a couple of the counts that are out there pretty consistently. So then I think as a trader, as an investor, you have to kind of believe in or put more weight on depending on where they are. The only problem I've got with Elliott Wave is that the time is usually fucked up and it's not accurate enough. And then you have to take into consider a bunch of different counts depending on who's counting. But I like to know where people are counting the Elliott Wave. I like to know where people keep their count or have the counts at. He is a flexible Elliott Waver. I do think we trade up here. We could sell off here, but I think we trade up here. I think we're here. We're up here. We're breaking above. It wouldn't surprise me to see us either trade sideways into the bell or to trade higher into the close. We are going to set up some short squeezes here because of where we are in the channel. And, 450.86 right there. There's going to be some point of contention as well. Watching NVIDIA calls come in. February 11th, 255C for $500,000. NVIDIA 211, 255C for $130,000. SPY calls February 9th, 450C, $316,000. Be careful here if you're a bear trying to take a short right here. Just be careful. There is some money coming into the market. That's unusual for today. A larger call volume than usual. That doesn't mean we don't reverse here, but just be conscious of it coming in right now. This does look like an attempt to squeeze higher. $16 minutes left until the 3 o'clock power hour. Find out who's in charge. We really do want to know before end of day who's in charge. And to be honest with you, we have traded back to where we opened basically this morning. There was an implied move of 1.3%. The SPY has moved 0.38%. Yeah. SPY calls February 11th, 450C, $261,000. Yeah, I'm still holding some put spreads, 42s, 40s for the 18th. And then I'm getting burned right now in some puts, but I've been trading calls all day long, making that money back, trying to make my money back on that trade. So I'll probably be break even on the day. And then I took some just some puts or long puts, protect myself into today. One of those or two of those, three of those counts are very bearish. So in case we were to sell the entire market, I wanted to clean up on that trade. Didn't happen, so I've been trading the calls on this bottom down below here all day long. In and out of calls.
We're inside 15 minutes now to the close of pit trading in bond markets. The 10-year yield at 1.909% is unchanged from Friday's close. The 2-year 1.286% for a 210 spread of about 62 basis points or so.
You're pretty much looking for, I want to see 45.20. If I had a price target today, I want to see right up here, 45.20 into the bell. So we'll see if we get it. Yeah, it is based on market impulse. I just don't like the extensions. Like there's a constant extensions, right? It's like we're extending this way, we're gonna extend that way, and I'm like, I feel like you're throwing a baseball bat at the side of a building and hoping that it hits. Yeah, I'm bearish until we cross 4.6. We have to break out of our downward channel, right? You guys can't be. Well, yeah, we've already talked about that. You guys know where I'm bullish and bearish. You guys know where I'm neutral. If we can crack 456 to 460 and we don't go over 460, I'll be throwing even more puts on for March 18th. If we break 460 and hold, I'd consider not having any more puts. Could just getting rid of puts, riding it up to probably 470, 472, somewhere in there. A little bit of stalling going on in the SPY right now. Looks more like consolidation. Can't tell yet. Want to see a nice rejection off the VIX here if we're going to trade higher. Press X to doubt. No, I'm not doubting. I think we trade up today. As of right now, I do. 10 minutes until the hour of power. Be a nice dip buy. Be that sweet, sweet dip buy. Give me that juicy dip buy. I want a dip buy. That was nice call expansion earlier. Keep your eye on the March 18th 455 Cs for $1.7 million, as long as there's still interest in those calls. Also have February 11th 447 C for $600,000 that came in. Keep your eye on the interest in those as well. As long as those stay in, we're still bullish.
You're listening to Trade the News.
8 minutes until the hour of power. Need the VIX to just shit the bed coming up here. And I see the VIX trade down to like 2172. I don't think it needs to go down to 20 bucks. We'll see if that happens. VIX is in a bull flag. There's a couple support levels below it. There's one at 22.15 and 21.72. It's kind of sitting on another support level too right now. Or close. More BA calls. February 11th, 222.5 again for $36,000. Still sitting right on this. Still sitting right against this resistance here, this channel that we're going into here. This channel that's been here for since I believe the 2nd of February. And we had a reversal hammer candle here. See if we trade down and then up again. Looking for a grab somewhere down on 44.9.23 if we trade down. If you look on the simple moving average on the 5-minute chart, it does look very fucking bullish. Just heads up. If you look at the simple moving averages on the 5-minute chart, everything is coming nice underneath. See the 200, the 100, the 50, the 21. It's all coming. They're all swooping underneath currently. Just keep your eyes on the SMAs and the 5 and the 1 minute, 15 minute. And maybe not the 1 minute. 1 minute's looking kind of bearish. 5 minute, 15 isn't though. Looks like the 5 minutes got a support at 44.948. Trading at 45.10. It's the hour of power in 4 minutes. Al Marino's calling the EVX closes at 14.25 today. I haven't looked at zero dates yet. I've got them. Oof. Getting murdered on my zero dates. I have to buy some more. Hold on, I'll add some more. More calls on open. We saw those, I believe, on Friday, a bunch of money. I'm hesitant to trade open. Some SPY rage sellers stepping in right now. February 7th, 450p for $110,000. And SPY February 7th, 450p, $47,000. Pivotal point in the market. Traded directly back to close to where we opened the day today. I don't think you could, I haven't measured it yet to see if the 450 to 446 then back up again. They're going to try to, Spot Gamma might try to tell you that they did a 1.3% today, but I don't think they did. So do we get that move into close? We sell the market into close. Do we rip higher into the close? We've got 2 minutes left until the hour. Got a buy program on the market right now. $533 to $504. Your indicator's turning slightly negative. A do or die moment for the bulls. All day long today. Bulls traded up to 450.86, rejected. Traded down to where they want it. We want to make it bearish. To bearish, rejected. Trade up again to the same rejection point, rejected. Runway is running out.
In December, consumer credit up 18.9 billion. November consumer credit revised lower to 38.9 billion from 39.9 billion.
Oof. Keep your eyes on
Consumer
TLT.
credit data for the month of December.
December consumer credit 18.9 billion versus 25 billion expected. Revolving credit 6.6 annual rate, non-revolving credit 5.7 annual rate. Oh, wait a minute. Prior revised lower from 40 billion to 38.8 billion. Keep an eye on TLT. That's why those XLF calls came in. XLF is catching a bit off of that. That's pretty much saying that see if that sticks. Gonna be watching to see if TLT kind of falters here into the close. XLF goes up. Wait for the algos to figure it out. SPY calls. February 9th, 450C, $168,000. SPY calls February 9th, 450C, $218,000. Two sets of UAL calls. March 18th, 50C, one for $93,000, one for $151,000. SPY trying to break 450.46. More BA calls coming in February 11th. 215C for $158,000. Yeah, I kind of stick around looking for. I was here. The only reason why I was gonna be like, I'm gonna take the day off today. I wanted to be around just in case we broke higher or lower to jump on for the ride, wherever way we're going. We do have a buy program on that right now, a giant buy program. Probably also want to be buying some calls near or after the bell for Friday. See what happens into the bell here. At least load up. QQQs, February 7th, 359C, $48,000. PFE, February 11th, 53C, $175,000. Viacom, February 11th, 34C, $45,000. You just go to Investopedia and look up MOC buy sell side. There's others too. Just look up program trading. Usually it's at the start or end of the day. It's when companies or hedge funds, banks, they predetermine that they want to purchase X amount or sell X amount of their portfolio. It's predetermined. Sometimes it's based upon how much they keep. Like, let's say they say we keep 20% of our portfolio as SPY. When it hits a certain price, or ready to increase or decrease my positioning, they tell inside their charters, they tell their investors, well, we keep X amount of dollars in this stock or that ETF. And so they buy regardless of the price, or they sell. And sometimes there's an imbalance. It also impacts trading back sometimes. Sometimes, like if we do a cash back trade previous day, if there's a squeeze higher or if there was an imbalance where the market was raised up, we'll sometimes trade back to that sell side or buy side imbalance. These are forced buyers, forced sellers. They don't have a choice. And they buy at whatever price it's being offered at. Give me the squeeze. Give me the squeeze. Oh, this day is trading so fucking slow. So slow. How much consolidation was that? It was like 230. It's 311. Yeah, baby. Make it go burr. Make it go burr. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. Are you shitting me? Make it go burr. Thank you, burr. Make it go burr. Burr, baby, burr. Make it go burr. Make it go burr, baby, burr. Fucking 40 minutes for that money? Gotta be shitting me. Fucking 40-minute wait for that money? That's killing me. Why are we trading so slow today? All right, so we've got some SPY calls coming in. February 7th, 450C, $91,000. Can I get some? Can I make money a little bit faster than having to wait 40 minutes for it? I hate waiting 40 minutes for my money. Shit. Yeah, I mean, seriously, print the fucking money. And then give me one more dip, please, so that I can buy some calls for Friday. Just one more dang dip. I know it's asking a lot. Give me one more dip. Twitter, February 11th, 39C. 452. Be 452, and then sell it off a little bit. Twitter, February 11th, 39C.
Genesis PYR in
$179,000.
Canada, they're announcing a $273,000 plasma torch contract with the European Research Center.
Winky, stop fucking calling out fucking 451. I want to print 452. You fucking keep jinxing us. Oh, no, I don't want those right now. Nope. Ooh, what is that? I don't want it, but what is it, a blueberry muffin? Good. I'm trying to end the day here, baby doll. One of my homeboys, he's like 451. That's all we're doing, and we just did a hammer candle. Is that Winky or Josh? Yeah, that's what I've got. I'm like, don't call out 452. Let's print 452. God damn it! And then we'll bring it back a little bit into the close. We'll wait for a little bit of the. That's right. SPY 450 C's $79,000. XOM February 18th 83C $116,000. Someone bought some Twitter puts. I don't know. Seems like that train already left. There's millions coming in on Twitter. Millions. That's a tough trade. Maybe Twitter goes down, but I'm doubting it. I think Twitter's going to fucking pull a snap. That's what I think. I think it's going to happen. I think Twitter's going to be like, fuck your puts. Give me 452 to the close, to the bell. If you don't give me 452 to the bell, I'll tell you this. And you sell this shit off into the bell, I'm buying every last minute of that dip. Print it into 452. We've been here all day long waiting for you, Spy. Eyes bleeding. Just a heads up here. I just want to let you guys know that if we do close above this channel here, okay, there's like a downward channel. You can just open up any SPY chart here. There's this giant channel. And it's a bull flag. Now, we could have fake bull flags where we sell down, or we can attempt to break out of the bull flag, and it fails or we reject. At this moment, we've traded above it, okay? If we hold 450 into the bell, it is a bullish sign and it moving forward. That should take us to, well, it's a bullish sign. Technically, we should be over 452.0. And that should bring us up to, we've got a bunch of levels. 453.59, 455.0, 456.55, 458.12, and then 459.99. 460 basically. We should reject somewhere in there and then trade lower. If we get over 460, you would take it higher to all-time highs. Now, just based upon this into the bell, we could trade all the way back, just a heads up, to like 450 or whatever. We definitely want to close, though, up here. And you also want to pay attention to 446, excuse me, 446.
A statement here from Astrospace now confirming that they're standing down today due to a minor telemetry issue. Their weakness early in the session was attributed to a last-second abort of the launching of one of its rockets.
That was Astra, by the way. So we are having a higher, we do have a higher low today, 446.69 at this point, than the previous close on Friday. Now, we don't have a higher high versus Friday, or as of yet, we don't, right? We haven't closed higher than 452.76, but us breaking out of this channel here to put it into the neutral category. We're not quite bullish, not bearish though right here. We would really like to see like that lower low, excuse me, the higher low, and then the higher high from Friday. But breaking out of this channel is not bearish. It is a good look for the bulls. So you're going to be looking, even though we have this giant reversal candle in the 5-minute here on the SPY, we want to see where it closes here. If we can maintain above this channel, and I'm going to be probably be looking to buy some calls. It's one of those sneaky Pete things, right? If we don't trade up into the bell here, it's only 3:21. We got 40 minutes left. But if we don't trade up into the bell, we kind of just trade sideways into the close. I'd be looking for some kind of cheap calls for Friday between 4 and 4:15. We'll have to see how we trade from here. We could make another pump up into the bell, a sneaky peek pump. But if we just trade sideways into the bell here, I'll be looking to score some dirt cheap calls for Friday. Yeah, exactly. Winky knows exactly what's up. Buy him at 6 cents. Sell him for 18 cents in 5 minutes. Dude, it's killing me. Like, all that shit for 40 minutes to make some money. American Airlines calls. Lots of airline calls today. Lots of ship calls. Energy's on fire. Energy is just buy any dip in energy and it just prints. Just throw money at it. Any dips in energy, just buy it and hold it. Make sure there's some interest in whatever calls are in. Open up an options chain in any energy company. Find out who's holding what. Make sure not at the top. Twitter calls, February 11th, 36C for $158,000. We have a little bit of a lull here. Please like and subscribe these videos. If you're becoming a better trader, getting used to trading with me. If you're making any money, please support the channel by going down into the description and trying to leave us a tip if you can to help support the channel. It does cost a lot of money. It takes a lot of time to make these videos. Trade with you guys all day long. What else? If you're a new trader, if you're a poor trader, don't worry about it. Just like and subscribe if you could. Helps to support the channel. We've got a Discord. I'll try to get a Discord link right now if any of you want to join us in the Discord room. Bunch of great traders. Everybody's very, very nice, very happy. Great people. Can someone call up Spot Gamma and find out why we didn't trade? You watch too. You know what I'll do tomorrow is I'll go into the. I'll get the Spot Gamma report. We'll review it as a group tomorrow. You guys have questions about it? We can talk about it. And they always try to. One of my favorite parts is that they'll be like, "Well, if you go to our lowest low and then our highest high, and then back to our lowest low, and then back to our highest high, that was our 1.3% move in the day." And you're like, "What the fuck?" Love Spot Gamma, but you know that's the shit that they pull. So like, how are they? That's some fucking California math, all right. So I'm gonna post it inside. I'm gonna turn on the stream, and I'm gonna post the link if you guys haven't joined. Everything is free here. None of our stuff is private. I don't sell anything behind closed doors. You'll never get any kind of nothing from me, like saying demanding money, anything like that. No requirements. A bit of a reverse hammer candle here. Still right on that. Look at this. We're right on that. I might buy some. Come on, man. Stay up there. Tell myself I'm going to buy that dip. Is the real dip down at 40.49? I got to look and see where the real dip is. Let's take a look. Nice red right there. This is all real dip. $446.80? Are you shitting me? You gotta be shitting me. There ain't no way we're trading down that low. Smoking crack, bro. We got 30 minutes. Are you shitting me? 446.85? Dude, I doubt that. 446.85. We sold off to 446.85. Bears ruled the fucking day. So I did post inside the chat the Discord invite. They expire every day or so or whatever. Just go on and introduce yourself. Everybody's cool. Sorry, I've been checking the chat, so I'll go back into the chat. Let's see. Who's ready for after hours Piton dump when rumors are dispelled? I think I just posted one. Check this link right here that I just posted in the chat. The one in the bio, ends up, they fucking have to like renew it or something stupid. That's it. Bulls are pissed. Final rep coming back in calls again. Common core shit right there. Down them, Palantir. Why has it been such a slow day? I have no idea. For any of you that stuck around with me through this all day long, we need to come up with something to do in days like today. Poor high of the day as captain holding a position, looking to open one. 2:30 watching, so please take a minute to hit that like. Hell yeah, Avery. Thanks for saying something. All right, so some weird. Oh, I didn't even check. I wasn't even looking at the chart. I didn't realize that SPY came down to 449.25. More SPY calls coming in right now. Coming in hot. SPY February 9th, 450C for 391. Hilarious. Someone just bought $500,000 of puts of calls expiring on Wednesday. Balls o steel. Let's see what's going on in here deeper. Do we trade down that 440? You see that sneaky Pete level down there? Where's that level? Look at this down here. 446 something. It's like a sneaky Pete level down in here right there. Look at these guys. These guys right here. 446.80. These scumbags. These guys are straight scumbags. Some daring SPY puts. February 7th. 449C. That's some daring shit right there. February 7th, QQQ, 358P, $137,000. Q calls. I think those Q puts are some dangerous shit. I'm not saying we don't trade down there. There is some sneaky Pete buyers hiding down here at 446 in traffic. Just kind of hiding out down there. Oh, wait a minute. Is there another bar down here? Nope. Boom. SPX, February 22nd, 4630C, $1.5 million. Give me some more calls, please. I want some 11th. Oh, yeah.
30 minutes now, 30 minutes. The U.S. cash equity close. The NASDAQ composite is a little changed on the day. The Dow up 145 points. The Russell 2000 holding on to gains of about 1%. So some outperformance today seen in the small caps.
456.
10-year yield remains a little changed from where we were on Friday at 1.91%.
456 C's for Friday are $1.30. I'm such a fucking whore. All I want to do is buy zero dates and be like, fuck it, I'll play it again tomorrow. I'm so terrible. I'm like, why do I want to buy a weekly when I can just play zero dates every day this week? 1 dates, 2 dates, 0 dates, whatever. So nasty. Like, don't ever trade don't trade with me. SPY. So SPX, that's no joking around. $1.5 million, February 22nd, 4630. SPY puts, February 11th, 447P for $668,000. My expectation is that person isn't watching the entire market. SPY, February 9th, 450C, $441,000. SPY, February 9th, 452C, $96,000. That guy was on the wrong side of that trade, I think. I think that guy that was buying those February 11th puts, wrong side of that trade. I could be wrong in that, but those SPX calls is saying something completely different. I'm watching for that sweet, sexy buy. I end up buying weeklies, and then I have to like sit there and watch them for like 4 more days. Who wants to watch weeklies? Who wants to watch weeklies for 5 straight days? Can you imagine just that's like paint peeling? Yeah, we need twice a day options expiry. Like options expire at noon or 1 o'clock, and then options expire at 4 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday on the SPY. Just get everybody to become degenerate gamblers. Just degenerate gamblers. SEC shows up. They're like, what the
For
fuck?
SOS Limited, Sierra
Like, what are you
Oscar
doing in
Sierra,
here?
Hudson Bay Capital Management disclosing a passive 9.99% stake.
We're pumping the S&P 500, sir.
Sierra Oscar Sierra. The Poot waterfall. Oh, here we go. I got something for you guys. Volume today is 455 million shares, 5% below its 3-month average. Advancers lead decliners. Woo! Just a heads up, okay? Advancers lead decliners 6-1. That's big, no matter what the price is right now. That's big. Just a heads up that advancers are leading decliners today, even though the price of SPY is not higher. These guys are going to tap right on this. They're tapping the same fucking place in here. Piton's going huge. Huge. I'm going to be looking to buy some calls here into the bell, and I haven't found a spot yet to buy them. I already sold some calls. There's a sneaky little shit down in here at 40. So over here, I want you guys to see this, okay? There's a sneaky little shit down here. I want you guys to see this, okay? There's a sneaky little rat fuck down in here. Let's show you guys where he is. I don't know if we get this low, but there's this like sneaky little bank sitting down in here. See down here. He's in here. He's right here. He's at 446.80. I don't know that we trade this low. But there's like a little sneaky buyer down here at 446.80. I don't think we get that low. There's like one little buyer hide down in there. Knows something more than we know. 446.80. Some little stinky Pete down in there. I don't think we're going that low. It's already, we're at 448.9. I don't think we're getting that low. But if we did, it'd be insano. Captain Insano. No, Bookmap's still moving. Oh. Hold on, I'm trying to look over some stuff here. Dash, February 18th, 110C, $393,000. Watching some calls come in on CVS, 819 115C, $605,000.
I'm not a fan of CVS right now. Are we gonna get our number? Oh, we are. All right, hold on. Are we getting 446.80? You gotta be shitting me. Son of a bitch. Look at this. 446.80. There's a sneaky bank down in there at 446.80. I showed you guys earlier, right? There's like a bank hiding, like in all of this, there's a bank hiding down in here at 446.80. If we get that, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. If we get the, you guys seeing where we're trading right now? If we trade down to where that sneaky Pete is down there at 446.80, there's like one guy wearing camouflage hiding out. Hilarious. Oh, I was born a gambling man. Dude, give me that. I'm gonna line my ass up for those. February 11th. Might get a weekly here. $4.56 an hour, only $1. Ooh, that's juicy. That's very juicy. It's almost cheap. Almost dirt cheap. Remember that buyer I told you that was hiding down at 446.80? We're like $1 away from that guy. He's just chilling down there. He's like, yo, come on down here. He's like, I'm a market insider. He's like, I'm down here. Come visit me. He's like, wink, wink. Retail doesn't know anything. Just me down here. Yeah, that is a fair point. Upper resistance is being respected. That is a fair point. I want to see if this guy actually jumps in or not. There is a buyer down here just hiding out. And I want to see what happens down here with him because I want to see if this will be a fake out or not. So there was a buyer down here, which kind of piqued my interest. I think I showed you guys this guy earlier twice, right? There he is, the little bastard. Look at him down here. Guy's just been chilling down here. He's like, yo, I'm down here, bro. He's like, my boy. He's like, my cousin. He's a market maker. He's a dealer. He knows I'm down here.
So DWAC shares moving lower in the last few minutes. Appears to be on circulation of an article from Friday that cites the group CEO Devin Nunes.
He's still there. Look at him. He's down here hiding.
Making a statement last week that
just like hiding in this big sea of shit over here.
Would not be released until the end of March, pushing back their original debut date, which was February 21st. And the article in the Washington Examiner is from 3 days ago, but getting some circulation now on social media, being attributed to this
He's still there.
late day drop in DWAC.
Guy's right down here. Look at him. He's got this big fat red bar coming in. Like, yo, Tony. Disgusting. Look at him. He's just hiding down here. Like, bruh. Bruh, bring it to me, bruh. I'm waiting down here, bruh. Guy's just been sitting down there like he always knew. He's like the only guy that knew. Just sneaky Pete. SPY dip higher stepping in. SPY 29450C. February 9th, 450C, $110,000. QQQ's February 7th, 355C, $457,000. SPY February 11th, 455C, $62,000. Tell you what, we got on another $1, right? I'm down for some calls for Friday at least. $4.56.95. Ooh, they're getting dirt cheap over there. 456s are almost dirt cheap. 456Cs for like 60 cents. Expiring on a Friday? Come on. Come on. Look at that. Dirt bags. Just selling it off. Smoke show. We've actually traded lower at 44677. We've traded down to basically that same spot we were in. We gave it all back basically while trending up from that low earlier today at 1240 this afternoon. The question becomes, are you bullish or bearish here? SPY 29450C, $184,000. Dude, this market is brutal. Are any of you guys getting caught in these things? I hope not. Hope you're not getting caught in this shit. Because it is wild. See if this guy's still down here. Go check this guy and see if he's still down here. If he came up and bought the dip.
Biden saying if Russia makes a choice to invade Ukraine, the U.S. and Germany, and Biden hosting the German Chancellor today.
There he is, 446.80. That's why I dig. You see, notice how I dug through this just looking for these guys down in here? 4460.80.
EQB in Canada declaring a 51% increase in their dividend. Echo Quebec Bravo in Canada.
Right here. There it is right there. Is that white line down there? Gross. Greed. Yeah, I didn't short. I was looking to buy a dip and I'm like, nah, that's not the dip I'm looking for. I think we do bounce right off that 44680. That's my guess. You know, it's right where that 44670. We know there's liquidity here. We know there's liquidity here. Should see a nice fat ricochet. IWM dip buyers stepping in. February 9th, 201 C for 69.
Saying the U.S. is ready to continue talks with Russia.
SPY, February 9th.
Is the best way forward, says Biden.
SPY, February 9th, 450C, $184,000.
Biden also saying he discussed challenges from China with the German Chancellor.
IWM calls still coming in. IWM, February 11th, 205C, $53,000. It's going to be one of those nice days. You know what would be really cool is if we just sold off into the close. Like, just bleed right into the close. Bleed into, like, 4:15. And you buy that last 15 minutes. Bloodbath for any bulls that didn't sell their calls. Can you imagine just having weeklies? You know, back in the
German
day.
Chancellor saying the situation in Ukraine is a very, very difficult situation.
You know, back in the day, you could buy a weekly on the SPY and just watch it print into next Friday. These days, buy a weekly, you got to sell it halfway through the day. Yeah, let's look at the VIX real quick. I don't know. Got turnaround Tuesday tomorrow. Looking like SPY's looking pretty freaking shitty. Dude, are you kidding me? 446? Oh, shit. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We're down where my boy is. We're down with that where that guy is that wanted to buy the dip. Did he buy the dip? Oh, that dirtbag bought the dip, didn't he? Look at him down here. I drink your milkshake. Oh. Oh, look at that. 447.10 within 30 cents. Guy's down there just pounding a milkshake. He's like, I want it malted. No, I don't like vanilla. I like French vanilla. Son of a bitch. Look at him down here. He's like, I've been waiting all day long. I'm bitching about waiting 40 minutes. This guy's like, I've been waiting for this to come down here for the past 15 minutes. Come to daddy. He's like, bring it to me. This is terrible. Are we going to Beartown? Let me see. Get some SPY, February 9th, 448p for 344k. Let's zoom out a little bit. It ain't looking good for the bulls. It ain't looking good. Close below 446.40, 446.77 is no bueno. And it's an inside candle, right? Which is indecision, right? It's not looking good for the bulls. It's not looking good into this close. Jesus, we almost tagged 44680. It's tough to say. Normally, my play would be buy this close all day long. Personally. This market is trading wild. You know, someone just bought SPY puts, right? February 9th, 448p for $383,000. Like at the absolute wrong time to buy puts. Literally bought puts after the rundown to 446.97. He must not have been listening to the broadcast where I told him where the fuck we were trading to, huh? Tell that guy that bought $500,000 in puts he needs to tune in. Okay, so 446.94, we traded within 14 cents, right? We know there's buyers sitting down below there at 446.80. Can we trade lower? Sure. But we do know that there's, see them? Now they're all showing up. See them down here? 446.80. And these buyers were hidden down below here. Now, they were sitting down here when we were way back up at 451. So someone knew we were trading down here into the bell. They knew it. They knew before we even started trading down here. What was that, a 60-point run or something? Not 60. What was it? 461. A 40-point run down here or something crazy? Jesus. If you are bullish, here, this is what I'll tell you, okay? If you are bullish into this bell, no matter where we trade to today, let's say we trade down into the bell, it's like all just bad. Just say we trade a negative into the bell, but you're bullish, then you could just grab some call spreads. Just get them in the money, let them expire on Friday or Monday, and you should be good to go. Give me that kiss on four. Oh, don't break it. Stay there. Oh, this isn't good. It just broke through 446.80. It is not pretty. Not pretty. I got some fucking puts, by the way. I'm not shitting you.
The stock's probing lows of the session here with about 5 minutes, a little more than 5 minutes to go to the close. The S&P futures are down 0.5%. The Dow is down 55 points.
Oh. Dude, just soul crushing for a bull. Soul crushing. 446.13.
Russell 2000 still the bright spot. In today's trade up about 0.4% with the other major U.S. indices in the red.
Oh. Tesla trading down to 905. Oh, Tesla. Okay, so this is where you buy the dip typically in Tesla, just so if anyone wants to know. This is where you typically buy the dip on Tesla. Roughly down in this vicinity between 880. Not fun buying dips down here in Tesla, huh? Like 905. Between 880 and 900. It's kind of ugly buying dips down here, isn't it? It's not fun, is it? Woo! So all you baller ass bulls that like buying dips, you should be buying them when we're deep dark red bars. Oh, look at that. 446.13. Just monster into the close. 6 minutes left. Just disgusting. What does this say? It's not good. I'm going to warn you of something down here, okay? If we close down here at 446, it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. You're targeting lows. You guys really want to know? Because it ain't pretty. Shit. Ready? Price target tomorrow. Not joking around. 433.04. I don't know how long it takes to get there. That's where we're headed. Facebook calls February 11th, 225C, $658,000. I don't know if I trust those calls right now, okay? We have to watch the bell today from 4 to 4:15 and see how nasty this can get. I do want to warn you that this is going to get nasty. Or as of right now, it's going to get nasty. Yeah, we've broken our... Yeah, it's not pretty. This looks like a failure. For technicals. For technicals, we're not doing well. I mean, they're going to tell you that there's some resistance at 444, 4, and 439. SQQQ calls February 11th, 38C, $488,000. More Facebook calls. Looks like we've got, yeah, so Facebook calls February or April 14th, 250C for $337,000. I think that's now about $1 million in Facebook calls. Just getting smoked. Thank God I didn't buy the dip. I don't know if it's a good time to buy calls yet. We've got 3 minutes left here. Watching some dip buyers on the SPY. I might buy that. I'm going to buy that dip. Buying that dip. I'm going to take a chance on it. Now, I do warn you, okay? You buy this dip here, right? like February 9th. Telling you what, super sketchy. Normally, moments like this, we bleed out one more day. You know, I don't think I'm buying this dip. I'm going to cancel buying this dip. 445. This is supposed to be support. Tough call here. We're supposed to be at support on 444 with major support at 439. Dude, you could sell off into the morning to 439 with nothing.
90 seconds to the closing bell on the earnings front today. We'll get AMZN in the first few minutes after the close. Chegg about 5 minutes after the close. Simon Property,
yeah,
10 minutes after the close. 10
recommend you buy this dip in the close, even if it comes back.
Take-Two in the first few minutes.
This is not the dip to buy. There are technical reasons not to buy it. There are reasons for, if we sold off down to 439, right? 440. So this is technically supposed to be a soft bottom, but we could sell down in the overnight down to 439, no problem. And then you'd be buying the open. Let's say we buy this close. A lot of SPY calls coming in right now. A lot of SPX calls coming in right now. SPY calls coming in. Say you grab this tomorrow and you lose it. Even if it trades back to 450 tomorrow, you'd rather pick it up there than be catching these knives. So I'm going to be flat into the close here. One more minute left on the bell. I don't think this is that dip yet. We've technically we ran out of runway, as it's called. Yeah, I'm not buying this bullshit at all, Miro. It's lower, brother. And not only that, we're starting to fulfill one of the Elliott waves that's very ugly. Yeah, it doesn't matter if shorts are covering right now. Doesn't matter if shorts are covering. This isn't the same market as 2021 and 2020. This is not the same market.
AAR announcing a 10-year extension of its component MRO agreement with the AMCO.
I don't care if we go up fucking 50 points in the overnight. It's still not the same market as it once was. You have to, not inverse, but...
doesn't know if Putin knows what he's going to do.
Hell no, I haven't closed my put spreads. Hell no. Hell no. I believe in those puts. By the 18th, I believe in them.
Earnings report for TTWO.
Nice little dip buy right here at 446. Support stepping in. I still am not quite respecting this down here, this 446.09.
KFRC reporting 410 million in revenue in the quarter. It's up from 354 million a year ago. Kilo Franklin Romeo Charlie.
Yeah, I can't buy that. I can't buy it because we're breaking through some. Well, looks like we grabbed this that closing bell. Just heads up, we did swoop back up to the prior day's trend. Or no, so what we did was we came back and jumped above the two previous lows on the 4th, and our lower low we traded above it into the bell. It's not good. Oh. It's not good, even where we traded to over the bell. Watching some calls come in on the Qs and the SPY after hours. So you still have 15 minutes to buy this dip. Here, I'll post this on Twitter for you real quick so you can see what I'm talking about, okay? You guys can see what I'm talking about. I guess this would be the bullish conduit. Well, I gotta turn these. I gotta turn fucking. Sorry for swearing. Shouldn't be swearing. I want you to see this here, okay? So just after the bell, or just before the bell, right? See this. Got a few minutes until. Here, give me just a second. Medium point right here. I want you to see this. Now, if you're bullish, you're gonna be like, ah, well, we just traded back to our trend line. As long as you buy this trend line, you're good to go. We clawed our way back to that trend line on the SPY. It's been respected at this point. I'll post this for you right now. I don't think it matters. My problem is that we will, in a bullish sense, right? We're still trending up. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're heading into futures. It's a place where we can sell, right? With low liquidity environments, it's a perfect opportunity to sabotage, to sell it down. I don't like low liquidity environments when we're doing this goofiness right here. Because you don't have cash market to save you. It's an easy way for short sellers. We've got lots of calls coming into the bell. I want you guys to know into 4:15, we've got calls coming on the SPY, the Qs. We've got February 9th, 450C, February 9th, 452C. Davy Day Trader stuff, 60,000, 90,000. I'm not saying you don't buy this. I'm just saying that this is the 4th time we've tapped here. This is the 4th time we haven't made. Let me know in the chat what you guys think. Yeah, it is still in the same range. Yeah, so it's 4:05. I haven't made any decisions on buying any calls or puts yet. I am waiting to see what comes in the last minute or so. But these setups here remind me of setups for a drop. It's the easiest way to dump it. Yeah, I don't like CVS. I can't say why, but I'm telling you I don't like it. So let me know what you think. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that we trade higher tomorrow? We have a ripper of a day tomorrow? Do you think that we trade lower? You're just taking some of the top off? Yeah, Mao knows what's up. ES is going to test 442 during Globex. Should bounce and higher tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, I don't think it's worth the risk. So that's my plan for all. I'm gonna more than likely here be flat. I'd rather just make my money in the cash market tomorrow than buy that dip. I think it's too. I think it was like 2020, 2021. I'd be like, bought that all day long. No. Spot gamma was 4444, and it was a 1.3% move. I'm not giving Spot Gamma any kind of a. That's what he was this morning. 1.3% move, 4444, and then 4399 or something. Yeah, I agree, Christian. It is playing out textbook. Right shoulder. It is totally a fucking right shoulder. Here comes the roll. I'm gonna buy some more puts in the bell. Guys, be careful out there if you're a bull, okay? Real careful out there. Real careful, okay, if you're a bull. Telling you, it is not a pretty place for the market right now. I don't care if we do trade up. All the alarm bells in my head are going off. Best thing you could do right now is just trade in the day for today. If you're a bull. I have no idea what puts are. I only know that you probably shouldn't be buying calls after the bell. There's a lot of people buying calls right now. Always wear protection. 100% agree with that. Okay, so I want to leave you with this. I want you guys to have a wonderful afternoon. I want you guys to see, hopefully you guys are tuning in and see how shit trades. We have all that action right at the end, right? Takes a keen eye to see this stuff as it happens. Show up again tomorrow. Like and subscribe. And please leave a tip if you can. Try to support the channel. It does help the channel stay running. It makes me feel better about doing all this work for you guys or with you guys. I do appreciate you guys that show up here every single day. Now, some of you guys are here all day long. So thanks to all of you as well. And I know there's a core group of supporters out there. I got to try to put something together for a core group of supporters. So I was talking with my intern this weekend about it. So I got to figure something out for you guys specifically. So I'm going to try to have some kind of a shirt or something to buy for all you guys, or I'm going to figure something out. Bear koozie, something for the regulars. Okay, and I want you guys to have a wonderful afternoon. That was wild trading, right? Can't say it isn't. How do you buy weeklies in this environment? I don't know how anyone's buying weeklies inside this environment right now. If you'd bought a weekly today at the wrong time, and this is puts and calls, you're just getting wrecked. They're just taking you out to lunch right now. They're taking you out to lunch. This is taking a lot of years to be able to do this. And I know that a bunch of you, not you guys, but I don't know how a lot of people are making it out there right now. I kid you not. This is some wild trading. You guys, dude, the market is trading like a penny stock. I mean, look at that. That is a disgusting move. That is a disgust. You get one of the hats with balls on it. You hold dailies and you hold until they're green. You guys all have a wonderful night. I'll see you all in the morning. What I will let you know is this. I'm going to do some, I'm going to I'll check Spot Gamma tonight. And I'm going to do some charting. I'm going to look at some Elliott Wave shit and see how busted up the market is. I'm telling you what, dude, this is not looking pretty. This is not looking pretty. It's not looking pretty. Mr. Zach Morris's fault. It's all his fault. You guys have a wonderful afternoon. Mero, thanks for showing up, my brother. Yeah, it's looking like a right shoulder to me. Looking like a fucking right shoulder to me, which is not good. All this leads into is a rollover. I'm telling you, this leads into us rolling it over. Keep doing this shit, right? Bulls not showing up. Bulls don't show up. Bulls don't show up. You have to show up. Because the moment that you don't show up, it's an opportunity for the Bears to take it down. All right. Yeah, I posted a head and shoulders pattern. But this is looking like one starting to walk and act and talk like a duck. It really is. You guys can see it, right? Got a left shoulder over here. Get the head, come down, and then you got a right shoulder start forming right here. Boom. Wild. This is wild. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Straight wild.